Check 1, 2, mic check. Gonna pop every one of those shorts on SPY. Well, maybe not pop them all, but no, that's the wrong one. Playing tight here, guys. Yes. Just one quick second here. So we're opening again this morning on a 5. So just be careful of. Well, hold on 1 second here. Oh yeah. Nice little ramp right here. Wrong one. See what happens here at 10. Just a minute here, guys. Kind of matters right here where we are, this price action right here. We want to see if we can get above or if the sellers step in here at 10. Coming to a 4-hour bar right now. See if we may end up sweeping the lows here or the overnight. Hold on here. Check here. There's a little bit of gap on the downside here. Move some of this over here. There, that's all. Nope. What's happened there? I still have some, there we go. $625.62 being eaten right now.
Up 0.2%. The Nasdaq up 0.26%, and the Dow up 0.46%.
Oh yeah, keep on pumping. Keep on pumping, don't stop now. First target here is 62662. Way up here. There.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US NAHB Housing Market Index. This data for the month of July. Forecast 33 on the prior 32. Keep in mind, as of yesterday, it was announced that there's due to be a House vote on stablecoins around this time as well. Also at the top of the hour, expecting the US business inventories month over month. Forecast 0% on the prior 0%. And also expecting possible comments from Fed's Kugler as well.
Pressing up into a gap up area here.
Pushed up to 9:15.
627.45 would be next one.
Released, and the text is already out on the feed as well.
There. So there's still a lot of talk. One quick second, I got a few more things I got to do. You can watch this down below with me if you want. Let's look at this really quick. Turn this over here. So this was Coreweave. They came down. I want to show you this really quick. This is Coreweave right here. This is the last month one. We were talking about this yesterday before the stream went out on me. This is the last month. This is the month right here. This candle matters. We only got through to the month part, so we're going to begin looking at the weeklies. And I want to show you something here. So yesterday I was showing you a pullback and then run. Pullback and then run on this ticker. And it's starting to pull back this morning. That over there. Daily. Well, this stock's had a bunch of inflows into it this week. Looks like they're looking for, from what I was told, there was a ton of inflows in here on Tuesday. So this stock had already run on the 14th. On I think it was Friday's weekend and then Monday, and then a bunch of retailers came in on the stock on Tuesday of this week. And so you know that dealers aren't going to print that, right? But if they force this down enough, there is a chance for them to eventually print this on Coreweave. So get the weekly target, or the weekly here. And they scooped this up like it was nobody's business this morning. You can see this wick down below here. They came right in and started adding here. There's a couple other 4 hours down below. There's one right here. One right here. And there's one right in here, but it looks like they already started buying this one. Coreweave. And most of this gap got, you see this gap right here? A lot of this gap got bought this morning here.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US NAHB Housing Markets Index for July. Forecast 33 on the prior 32. Business inventories month over month, forecast 0% on the prior 0%. Keep in mind as well, it was reported yesterday that we could get the US House vote on stablecoins around this time today as well.
The last month low right here. There's a little bit of a gap, like this gap right here. This could have been, this could have already been, this could be the bottom right here in this stock. They closed most of it. There's a little bit more you could argue it's possible. Come back like this. See this red candle right here? Possibly come back down here and just hit this last time right here. Still a little bit of gap left behind. Let's see what the low is on this one. They closed most of it, but not all of it. 134.99 is the official low. 133.32. There's still a little bit more down here. Still like a tiny bit more down here that needs closed. And if you look down below here, there's this initiation. And then these pumps right here. This creates your like your double bottom ready to push up. So you could count this possibly, but its hourly velo was kind of shit yesterday. See it right here? That's 1 hour. Hold on. See this hourly right here? Was getting negative yesterday and starting to get negative right now. So keep an eye on. Anyways, keep an eye on Coreweave down here because of this so much interest in this ticker right now. I don't think that they give this up. I think they step back in and start scooping this up. But watch out for this red candle because it could continue. They'll scoop this up. It'll keep coming down, coming down, coming down. And then we start ramming. I'd be looking more for after OPEX on this one. Their ER.
According to Nikkei, Japan and the EU are to launch 2+2 economic talks.
Their earnings report is on 8/13. It's way over here. Way. Let's go to 1 hour here. So you figure if this is it right here. Any chance on this up, down, any of that kind of shit for an escape velocity in August? Set an alert here.
I'll lead with the US NAHB Housing Markets Index.
Alert. Pressing down. This is crowd. I want to trade this. It's right here. That first band right here. You see this first band? Nice little break below support. Still a little gap left behind. You can get like one more sweep lower, maybe just a little bit of pain down here.
Seconds.
post this for you in the Discord.
33 as expected. US business inventories month over month, 0% as expected.
Still no sellers coming in.
So we have posted out the US NAHB Housing Markets Index July report and the Business Inventories May reports on the feed for those interested.
Yeah, it's hilarious. I just got notes this morning saying short squeezes are going to fade. Looks like we're short squeezing right now. I got rolled over last night with or not rolled. I got a bunch of like alerts and articles and tweets and stuff saying, bulls are doomed here, but that is not true. There's like I'm assuming there's shorts on the market. Hold on here.
So looking more into this earlier piece from the Nikkei saying Japan and the EU are also to discuss rare earths in their 2+2 talks. Their EU foreign ministers and economy ministers are to meet.
Fuck is this Coreweave thing? People are out of their fucking skulls. I was looking at it's like yesterday. Sorry about this. Sorry, saying fucking skulls. I shouldn't have said the F word. I was looking at my monthly returns yesterday and monthly candles, and I was looking at the low yesterday, and I was like, man, this month is low on returns, and there's nothing to say here that the month should close out this low. And there's no economic condition. There's no Second here. I gotta find this thing. There we go. Post this here. That. Yeah, they're trying to step back in to sell again here. See if this can hold or not. Still have 626.62 up here looming. Yeah, I've got us going much higher today. I've got us squeezing all day long today. There were like bears yesterday that were saying they were like historical PE ratios are off the charts. We're above the AI bubble, and I was like, no, that we're cheaper money today. That doesn't, like, they were trying to do like the box office bullshit that you see. You'll see like movies saying this movie brought in more money than more people than ever before. But if you were to take a ratio of number of people and audience available back in like the 80s to a movie, or the cheapness of money, the golden age of movies and theater is way past. Yeah, that era is dead. The same thing goes for the cheapness of money too. But they were trying to reach back into like into the tech bubble. I mean, they were writing a fucking book, and I'm like, this is all false. I'm like, you got to look at this shit like on the year, like not on, you know, or if they're going to compare this to the old tech bubble, I'm like, they're fucking wrong. Like, just rip that up. And then secondly, nobody really cares. The only thing that people care about is your returns today, your returns on the year today, your returns on the year moving forward, window dressing, exposure, and that is really what matters. So are we in a risk off type situation? Answer is no, we're not. And you got to remember something here too. Like, don't forget, you know, this is a thing that bears like to do to you, is not only write you these fucking like literal like Bible as to why we should go down today or this week or whatever, but they forget something. You didn't just get a correction or a major correction. Now, a major correction was expected, but not the punitiveness of that major correction, which was huge on the year. So when you look at where we are on year, we're nowhere. The market has literally gone nowhere. It has gone zero. No, not zero, but I mean, if you look at where we are, let's take a peek here. Just have some scale here in terms of where we are in the year. So if you speak to a bear, you know what they want, right? You know what they want, right? Okay, bulls, you made a comeback. We're going down to zero again. And we're just not in that place. We really are not. We're just not at that place where, no, you're not starting your double correction today. They claim that bullshit. And I would say that they had a chance. You've got this this is simple shit, right? All-time highs. You get a chance back here. You get a chance back here. You get a chance back here. 1, 2, 3. And then the next argument is, well, seasonal weakness. Okay, I can get behind that. Did you remove trend yesterday? Am I like flashing here? Did you remove trend yesterday? No. It's just another excuse. Like you have to break trend. You had to break trend. And the crazy part is they had the chance the day before of expiration. They had a nice down day on the day before of expiration. They tried to slam it down yesterday. We're all down there waiting. Hey, break trend. You get 2 or 3 chances down there to do it. Can't get it done. You're looking for bad data. That can't get it done. You've got manufactured volatility. That can't get it done. You got real volatility. You got manufactured volatility. It's like, how many chances do you get? That's my big question. Is like, how many chances do you get before you get your ass blown out? We literally go vertical, and you got to remember something too. This is February. This is February. You want to know who has to play catch up? Is this you're telling me this is going to be the return on year? So you're telling me that where was January? It was Jan 29, right? It was Jan 10. Here's the first right here. 7%. That's it. Done. Well, the average S&P return is 7%. Yeah, that's not 7% every year. That's an average of down years with up years. That's when you get this like big down year. We're down 20%, down 30%. Yeah, it's like watch the world burn. I was reading an article last night on Wolf Street, and some fucking bear came into his commentary and was like, they need to do this, and they need to do that, and they need to do this, and they need to do that. They never should have done this, and they never should have done that. They never should have done this and that. And, cumulatively, if you listen to this guy that was talking yesterday, he basically wants to see fucking burning tires in Manhattan. And you're not going to get that. You'll get it. You'll get it if we go straight fucking vertical, but you're not going to get it just because you want it. You're not going to get policy. I think Wolf's response was, these people come in here all the time, and they want the Fed to burn the market down. That's what they want. That's basically what you're asking. And you've got pension funds, 401ks. You've got 70% of people are long this market. Say it again. 70% of the people are long this market. So you got 30% that are not, and you got 5%, the loudest, stupidest fucking voice in the room, wanting burning tires of those sellers. So they're just loud in your ear constantly, and you're like, dude, you just had like 3 or 4 chances, and now you're breaking out playbooks from 30 years ago. Like, if you look back on this timeline, I'm like, no, we're not doing that. It's not how this goes. And we're coming into a corrective season. So, you know how these guys roll, right? Like, okay, we're coming to the corrective season. We're going to roll it down. We're going to smash it down, break trend. We're going to make a new low. Fuck 590. We're going down to 0. Black Monday, October. That's what's happening. You're like, no, that's not what's happening. Matter of fact, let's look at, you've got the worst performing months in the year. So as a seller, you got extra. And now you're looking at our best performing months of the year, and you can't get it done in an unclench. You're out of your mind. They're going to ramp this right up your ass. That's what they're going to do. They're going to ramp it up your ass. That's how that goes. This is up and to the right, not down and to the left, not down to the right, not down into the down. It's not how this plays out. You know what that looks like, right? I mean, let me ask you a question out there if you're watching this right now. You know, when you come in and we have a reversal and trend, what does it look like? At 9:30, you buy a call, or 10 a.m., whatever, and it's a red fucking bar to the depths of hell. And you're like, oh, shit, I'm going to buy the dip again. So you buy the dip again, and it's red bar, depths of hell. And you're like, okay, that ain't working no more. And then you wake up the next morning, or they run it into the close, and it's like sideways into the close, another little staircase down, and you're like, okay, I'm not going to buy the dip anymore. We're probably changing trend here. Has that happened yet? Have you seen that? Have you seen that at 9:30 in the morning? I haven't. I mean, I've seen the red bars, but I haven't seen the depths of hell. Trend, buyers step in again and again and again. So all this argument. And this is coming out this morning and last night. They rolled out like literally from like 5 p.m. yesterday till literally an hour ago. It was running out of steam everywhere. Everything is terrible. But let's look at the truth here. Truth here is that's not the case. Truth here is that they're scooping up these lows. There was a hedge fund yesterday that came out and said, we're now bullish. I was like, they probably bought that dip yesterday. They like released this shit at like 4 o'clock yesterday. Like, we're now bullish on equities again. And I'm like, these guys probably came in, they bought 618, and they're long the fuck out of the market here. And we're trading now 625, back again to a place. So on a high right now, 626.23. I'll say this again. I said it to you yesterday. And I'll say it to you again. I said it on the Discord two days ago, I think, in the morning. I said, well, we're at 627 and change, right around 6,300. Start put a fucking hedge on, right? And what are we trading right now? Let's go look at let's go take a peek here at SPX really quick. I'll say it again to you. I said it to you a few days ago. I'm going to say it to you again. Look at where we are. Go down here. If the world is horrible, right? Look where we are. Local top, local call wall. So here's local call wall here. This is 6275. Right? High, another high right now. This gives you plenty of opportunity to hedge yourself into November. Even right now, at this moment, right where we are, if we don't go up anymore, you can easily hedge yourself into November. You should have no sweat, no problems, no care in the world. You can get a call or a put spread dated for November. This is way far out in time. You do six. Well, we're not quite at 630 right now. We're a little bit lower, but you can still get a capture like probably a 250% trade here, down to 590, and it's dirt cheap. Dirt cheap.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we see the release of the weekly EIA natural gas change. Forecast is for a build of 45.
So another squeeze again this morning, higher.
BCF.
And to boot, we're parked on 625.44. This is SPX right here. Oh, hold on, what is that? No, we're not doing no extension tools. Get out those extension tools. This is a this is where SPX gamma is right here. Let's see if this holds or not. I've got us going down here, but we'll see. There's some gaps down below at 623.08 to capture. 10 a.m. sellers coming in one more, trying to take a whack at it. Let me show you some stuff really quick, guys. I got stuff for you here. Like here, let me read this to you here. I mean, she's been out like this is the third time she's come out.
Economy Minister. EU ready to defend their own interests in US trade talks.
So this is Rebecca Chong. She said, short squeeze impact is fading. S&P 500 upside is limited. This is the third note that she's put out. This is probably the third time she's said it has been on this squeeze. We are losing this this gamma bar right now. Coreweave coming back down again. Almost get an alert here soon. Give me one quick second here.
In 5 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, we see the release of the weekly EIA natural gas change. Forecast is for a build of 45 BCF on the prior build of 53 BCF. Danish Economy Minister
I'm here, by the way.
says that the EU must be careful adding extra taxes on EU companies. Trump's budget director Vought says additional rescissions package is likely.
Call 628. They've got 15 cents. Let's check IWM really quick. Let's see, I got this IWM coming down here, but only if this doesn't hold right here. This is where like a major squeeze is up here.
One minute remaining for the weekly natural gas change.
This is a huge inflection point right here.
Ten seconds. A build of 46 BCF, a build of 46 BCF higher than the expected build of 45 BCF. We have posted out the EIA's weekly natural gas storage report on the feed for those interested.
Is that a volume? Squeeze potential is
US natural gas futures pair their gains, up 1% after the EIA report storage build, in line with estimates.
Here, let me show you guys some stuff here. Hold on. Price just back testing here. Lower high here. Still on trend for the moment. Here's Meta. They're parked on their weekly right now. Here's Meta. Their next weekly is at 636.73. Cancel that. Still on trend right now. Meta holding up so far. Also note that on an hourly basis, 6275 is holding. There we go. There we go. Take all their fucking money. I'm about to squeeze here.
So just keep in mind there's a press conference going on right now. UK's PM Starmer and Germany's Chancellor Merz. They're just taking questions now. We've put the live video on the feed for those interested.
Someone asked if we thought we were going up today. We're up 0.25%, and we're looking for a fucking massive squeeze here. There's a giant like gap here between right where we are and 627.52, 54. It's like there it is right there. Tuesday, July 15th. What time was that? 10:16. About there. About there. 6:26:17. That's why they sold that. They want to sweep 622.60 here. There's 4 hour.
Battlefields of Ukraine. And also with that in mind, before I switch over to...
This is UK Prime Minister Stammer and Germany's Chancellor Merz.
Through economic sanctions.
Merz, excuse me.
Is that something you've been both advocating for with the US President? Ich füge vielleicht gerade hinzu, Herr Bundeskanzler, Sie haben ja doch versprochen, Taurus zu liefern, als Sie nicht im Amt waren. Ist es noch nicht passiert? Würden Sie sich jetzt anders überlegen? Sorry, and I will switch back to English just for the fun of it and say, es gibt heute, there's another remarkable birthday today, which we might take note of, which is Angela Merkel, your predecessor, and sometimes Parteifreundin. Did you send congratulations?
And let me start with the...
So just note the sell signal on Tuesday at...
The treaty we signed this morning should be seen as first and foremost a work...
10:16 in the morning.
...to straight away in terms of our cooperation, particularly on defence and security.
Assuming that's where Rebecca Chong is.
Having for some time between ourselves, which is that as each of our countries and other countries in Europe scale up their defence spending, it is important that that isn't just seen as a spending issue in isolation. It has to be seen as an opportunity for us to coordinate and cooperate together in procurement, in production, etc. So this is a very meaningful and changed and new forging together of what we will do on defence.
So the US had to sell $82 billion in 3-month bills on July 21st, settling on July 24th. They're selling $73 billion in 6-month bills, same dates as well. $21 billion in 10-year tips on July 24th, settling on July 31st.
As you would expect.
Also $13 billion in reopened 10-year bonds on July 23rd, settling on July 31st.
As we speak, because I think it is important to appreciate just how closely our three countries now are working on these issues. We all see this as a responsibility, but also an opportunity for Europe to step up on defence and security and work more closely together. And that's enshrined in the treaty that we signed this morning. Thank you. Friedrich.
Wir haben über die militärische Unterstützung der Ukraine natürlich ausführlich gesprochen. Und zwar nicht nur über die Luftabwehr, sondern auch über die Fähigkeiten der Ukraine, auch mit weitreichenden Systemen sich besser zu verteidigen. Wir nennen das Long Range Fire. Die Ukraine wird schon in Kürze, in großem Umfang weitere Unterstützung in diese Richtung bekommen, auch durch industrielle Kooperationen, die wir mit der Ukraine eingegangen sind. Wir werden nicht über Einzelheiten öffentlich berichten, aber die Ukraine wird sehr viel stärker auch in den nächsten Wochen und Monaten noch mit solchen Systemen auch unterstützt werden. Ich hoffe sehr, dass die amerikanische Regierung zusammen mit dem amerikanischen Kongress die Entscheidungen trifft, die jetzt auch im Kongress seit einigen Wochen vorbereitet werden. Wir stehen in engem Kontakt, Keir Starmer genauso wie ich auch, mit einer Reihe von Senatoren, die dies vorbereitet haben. Und wir hoffen sehr, dass dies dann auch zu einer entsprechenden Entscheidung der amerikanischen Regierung kommen wird. Vielen Dank für den Hinweis auf den Geburtstag von Angela Merkel. Ich habe ihr natürlich gratuliert. Und wenn sie eines Tages so alt wird wie Anita Lasker-Wallfisch, dann werde ich ihr natürlich auch öffentlich gratulieren. Herzlichen Dank.
Thank you very much. I'll go now to Michael Fisher from DPA.
Yeah.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Herr Bundeskanzler, eine Frage an Sie zunächst nochmal zu den Patriots. Wenn Sie sagen, in den nächsten Stunden wird eine Einigung erzielt, Ihrer Meinung nach, wie schnell kann das gehen, bis die Patriots geliefert werden? Wie viele werden geliefert und welche anderen Länder werden sich daran beteiligen?
Ja.
And a question to both of you. To what extent are you both willing to buy weapons in the US to deliver to Ukraine, even beyond air defense? And since we are here at Airbus Defense and Space, one question to weapons exports in general, which is part of the treaty. Did you talk about the export of Eurofighter Typhoon? And are you both ready to deliver them to Turkey?
Yeah. You first?
No, you go first.
Ja. Okay. Also Herr Fischer, das nochmal klargestellt ist, ich habe nicht gesagt, dass in den nächsten Stunden eine Entscheidung kommt, sondern in diesen Stunden verhandeln die Verteidigungsministerien und die Verteidigungsminister auch über Details, wie wir zu einer entsprechenden Lieferung von Patriots an die Ukraine in kurzer Zeit kommen können. Die müssen auch transportiert werden, die müssen aufgebaut werden. Das ist keine Frage von Stunden, das ist eine Frage von Tagen, vielleicht Wochen. Aber die Verhandlungen sind sehr konkret und wir haben noch kein Ergebnis, aber die Bereitschaft der amerikanischen Seite ist da, das zu tun. Wir haben auch über die Frage der Exportgenehmigungen gesprochen. Da hat es eine finale Entscheidung noch nicht gegeben, aber wir sind auf dem Weg hin zu einer guten Entscheidung, die auch eine entsprechende Exportgenehmigung ermöglicht. An welche Länder dies im Einzelnen der Fall sein wird, das werden Sie mir nachsehen, werde ich von dieser Stelle aus jetzt noch nicht sagen können.
In relation to Ukraine, obviously we're working with allies on the provision of capability. We have been for some considerable period throughout this conflict. And the backup, if you like,
2640
to make sure
held
that
higher.
capability is effective in Ukraine. And that's why we've done, amongst other things, a lot
That's right. I got 62640 already up there.
of those who are in Ukraine, those that are going to the front line, in relation to the capability that is being provided. So the two marry up together, and we'll continue to do so. And this is now an intense period as we go through the remaining days of this 50-day period. And it has to be coupled with economic pressure and the sanctions that will be necessary if Putin doesn't come to the table. President Zelensky has shown months ago now his willingness to come to the table in pursuit of lasting peace. It's now for Putin to come to the table. And I think that's very clear from what President Trump has said in recent days. On the question of exports, we discussed this today at some length, and that we intend to have export campaigns.
So noting US stock indexes extending gains.
Spoos squeezing right now to the upside. First target being hit, second target on the way, 626.62.
Not only discussed that, but also begun to take the steps to make sure that this is much more coordinated, much more joined up, and much more cooperative. And again, all of this is further evidence of the closeness of the relationship as it now is between Germany and the UK, and a statement of intent about how we intend to work going forward. Thank you very much, and I think I've got...
Yeah! Oh, I gotta take this off.
Bundeskanzler, eine Frage zum EU-Haushaltsvorschlag,
Oh, yeah.
den er erreicht hat aus Brüssel, wo man den Eindruck hat, dass Sie im Grunde genommen sich nicht ausreichend im Vorfeld informiert fühlten oder das alles etwas auch für Sie überraschend kam, was da drin steht. Können Sie noch mal kurz sagen, sehen Sie da überhaupt noch eine Möglichkeit für einen Kompromiss, so auf der Basis des Vorschlags, wie er jetzt gekommen ist? Und, oder sehen wir da auch vielleicht einen größeren Konflikt, der da zwischen Berlin und Brüssel und möglicherweise anderen europäischen Hauptstädten sich da noch entwickeln könnte? To the Prime Minister, I just asked the Chancellor about the EU budget, so you are probably lucky that you don't have to deal with that anymore. But
next target, 627.51.
For peacekeeping forces for Ukraine, realistic is your proposal? I mean, right now we are only talking about weapons and tanks and
oh yeah, oh that feels so good.
Still see a possibility for that in the near future, and also, are you still sticking to this idea that the UK and others would also send boots on the ground? Did you also talk to the Chancellor about this possibility?
Ja, Herr Dev, vielen Dank für die Frage. Wir haben über diese Themen gesprochen in der Europäischen Union. Das war auch bereits Thema beim letzten Europäischen Rat. Die Details werden natürlich in der Kommission erarbeitet. Ich bin nicht überrascht gewesen, sondern es war ein Prozess, der offensichtlich in der Kommission auch ein ziemlich hartes Ringen beinhaltet hat. Der Vorschlag, der jetzt auf dem Tisch liegt, ist
Oh God.
Gut. Dass nämlich
What happened to Rebecca Chong?
Zwischen den einzelnen
what's that up there?
Neu gewichtet werden, dass wir vor allen Dingen in der Verteidigung und in der Sicherheit sehr viel mehr gemeinsam in der Europäischen Union tun wollen. Und
Let this cool out a little bit.
wir diskutieren müssen, ist die Höhe des Budgets und ist die
Change
Finanzierung.
that now.
Ich will aus meiner Sicht sagen, was nicht in Frage kommt, ist eine Besteuerung der Unternehmen durch die Europäische Union. Dafür fehlt der Europäischen Union auch jede Rechtsgrundlage. Wir könnten das einstimmig beschließen, wenn es nötig wäre, aber ich kann das für Deutschland ausschließen, dass wir einen solchen Weg mitgehen. Das tun wir nicht. Wir senken gerade die Unternehmenssteuerbelastung in Deutschland, um nicht Spielräume für die Europäische Union zu schaffen, sie zu erhöhen. Das kommt nicht in Frage. Und wir werden uns unterhalten müssen über die Finanzierung des EU-Haushaltes, auch im Hinblick auf Verschuldung der Europäischen Union. Das ist ausnahmsweise zulässig. Von dieser Ausnahme hat die Europäische Union Gebrauch gemacht. Aber das, was wir zurzeit erleben,
Germany's Chancellor Merz says we have to discuss the size of the future EU budget.
Neuen, aber dann eben leider auch normalen Zeit muss die Europäische Union grundsätzlich mit dem Geld auskommen, das sie zur Verfügung hat. Und deswegen wird es da in den nächsten 2 Jahren ein ziemlich hartes Ringen um diese mittelfristige Finanzplanung, ich sage es mal mit dem deutschen Ausdruck, der Europäischen Union für die Jahre 2028 bis 2034 geben. Das wird ein hartes Ringen in den nächsten 2 Jahren.
In relation to Ukraine, I think it's really important to see how this all fits together. The first thing we need to do is to get Putin to the table for an unconditional ceasefire. And that is why we've been talking for some time about peace through strength.
And Germany's Chancellor Merz says the EU has to make do with the money that it has.
To be in the strongest possible position, and hence the intense work in recent days and weeks on capability. But that's not new. That's a discussion that's been going on for a very, very long time. coupled, of course, with the economic sanctions, again, intended to get us to the position where Putin gets to the table and we are beginning that discussion about peace and a ceasefire. But the reason the coalition of the willing was set up...
Watch out here. We could slide down to like 625.56.
Because we've been to this point before where we've had a cessation in the conflict.
We're right in here.
And we cannot go down that route again. That was the thinking behind the coalition of the willing. And the question we were answering is, what then do we need to have in place in order to ensure that if there is a peace, if there is a ceasefire, it is a lasting ceasefire? I'm very glad that we began that work months ago now, and we've had our military planners from a number of countries working on plans. They are plans for the air, for the sea, and yes, for land. And the fourth component is strengthening the Ukrainian capability itself to ensure that that remains in place and is stronger after any ceasefire. So they're the four component parts.
Now trading 6285. Now this is something I want to show you guys here.
Those plans are now as far complete.
So here's let me turn this off for a minute. This guy's not saying anything that's market moving right now. You look right here. There's your inverse head and shoulders. If you're a bear, you want your bear case. There it is, right there, and right there. You know what happens though if we break this high right here? Your bear case is now kind of kaput, right? So you want to watch this zone right here, and you just want to see like this bloodbath all the way down here. You can go this deep and still take this out, but just be patient in here. You're looking for at least some kind of a back test in there, see if this stuff holds up. Let's keep this as trend right here. Remember that we're in positive gamma. You get a little grinding going on. A lot of this is, it's still up. It's just grind. Just check this 2-date and 1-date. 2-date volumes at 6,300. 2-date call volume on 6,300, massive. We're marching right there right now. 6,300 still prominent strike today. Gamma for today, 6,300. That's the large pin. The large pin. Some lower 6,275 and 6,250. Target 6,300 though on SPX. Challenge all-time highs today. And like SPY zero dates are dirt fucking cheap. Like stupid fucking cheap. Like 628s right now are at 19 cents. 627's the ripped faces off. 626 ripped faces off. 625 ripped faces off. See if we can get any kind of a pullback here. Yeah, UMAX squeezed on Wednesday, traded a new high at 13.45. They're being bought again. Still no trade down to $9, but they just keep pumping. A-Lab's awesome too. It's funny, it's ironic how like a week or two later these all print, right? Still looking for Hinge to print more. Ampex already went up. ASPI is about to go again. And A-Lab itself is about to fucking rip some faces off. Like A-Lab is about to like go for straight vertical. Look at SPY. on here. What is that? 625.56 right here. And here is 12 o'clock. I'd like to see it come down pretty deep. It doesn't have to come down this deep, but I'd like to see it, you know, like down here and then up. And then up there, of course. I don't want to draw this in just yet, but that's 1 o'clock right there, 1:30. Just like that. I could do it now. See if we can get more squeezing going on here. SPY on the move again. Giant gap. There's like nothing here above this. We do have after the close today, we do have our first big tech report. Let's take a look at Meta, or not Meta, Netflix. I was watching Meta because there was a lot of talk about Meta being a double top. But I do warn you here that services inflation includes Meta and Facebook, and they are not terrified. They're not. They don't rely upon anything from China. Like we buy, I don't know, all of our fucking wheat from northern China or something. Don't be fooled by these bears telling you that these service companies are not going to show massive profit. They should show huge profit this quarter. Specifically, those type of companies. So like Netflix reports today. There was an argument yesterday that there was a double top on Meta. They're going to go to the 0 or something like that. Keep an eye on them too, because they just regained their daily trigger. They've got their hourly and their 30 minutes coming in, so they could consolidate around there. But you get a 4 or 5 trigger cluster there, and they're going to rip some faces off too. So be very cautious of. I would say that there's so much double speak right now. Like we're supposed to roll down, we're not. So you're going to get the full court press. You're going to get the bear thesis, going to be a tome. It's going to be 1,000 pages long. It's going to tell you every reason in the book why market should go down today. And they're going to get their fucking faces ripped off. It ain't going to end. And I was looking this morning at the call book on 0 dates. It was ridiculous. 20 cents, 10 cents, 15 cents, 30 delta strikes on calls. It's too cheap to pass up. Hedging activity is massive right now. Puts are stupid expensive. Stupid expensive. Keep your eyes on Meta. Now, Netflix, we'll take a look at them real quick. I never really got a chance to look at them. And remember, too, that Netflix usually sets the tone. Excuse me. Netflix usually sets the tone for tech earnings season. So if you just take a look at Netflix right now, you can see it's in a descending wedge, right? Just in a basic. Let's see if I can show this to you guys. So I need to show this setup right here for Netflix. Here's Netflix. I mean, what more do you want? What more do you want? There's been no break of this trade here. This is called I don't know if you guys know what these are, but these are diamonds right here. And as long as this diamond ain't broken, it's literally consolidation for a next leg higher. So even take a peek at Netflix today. This is a gorgeous looking chart. It looks beautiful. Buyers stepping in right off the bell this morning down here on this ticker. They have a report coming up here after the bell. And let's take a look at this with triggers, velocity, etc., and momentum. Oh, wrong one. Oh, fuck yeah, baby. Keep on pushing, baby. Keep on pushing. There ain't nothing up there. 627.45. There ain't nothing up there. There's 0 stopping another squeeze. Let's take a look at Netflix's Netflix really quick. And where's Netflix? This is a daily trigger right here. Hourly trigger. All right? Almost like perfect positioning right now. Let's look at it on a 30-minute basis. It's like, well, let's take a look at what has Netflix done in the past, right? Hourly or daily trigger up, hourly trigger or excuse me, daily trigger up, and now parked again. There's a little bit of flattening here on their daily trigger that I don't like to see, but we are in earnings season, so walk the plank, right? Remember, too, that Netflix moves on their earnings. They move like frequently, 13, 15% up or down. Let's take a peek at their Velo. On a 30-minute basis, it looks great. Their hourly is in decline, or their daily is in decline right now. This says, it's neutral, I would say. Let's look at it on a daily basis. Still neutral on daily, but accumulation on a weekly is still strong right now. And this is mostly important for this week. So if you're just looking at this right here, weekly looks great. This is neutral, though. This isn't necessarily bearish, but if you just take a peek right here, there's a little bit of positivity here. See it right there. So we are positive in daily Velo too, in Meta. It's kind of like is like this looks bad, but in reality, that's not the case. In one quick second, we're going to move back to the main screen, and I'm going to bring up some data on Netflix and what they do in their reports. And I'll show this to you here in just a minute. Today's expected move on Netflix is just today is 6.4%. And then August 8th, August 15th's got a 8% expected move. Nine two. Let's go back and look at this really quick. Actually, we're just going to move that down. And we're going to mute my camera, get rid of that. Take a look at, this is Netflix. And Netflix has a expected move today. That's like 5.9% now, but it's already moving up as we speak. It was about 6 or 8 earlier today. Now, if you look back on historical examples of Meta, 6.92% move, 9.69, 11.09. They did have a July 18th miss in 2024. That's probably what the bet is here this time. Also, in July 19th, they had a down move. But back here in 2022, they had an up move. And in 2021, they had a down move. in the let me see if I can, oh, they're not going to show the. I wish I could see the 2020 up or move. The keep. Oh yeah, hold on. My shit's printing hard right now. Sorry, I gotta check this stuff. I got a bunch of shit moving right now. Keep on squeezing. Well, let me go back over here. I'm gonna watch this squeeze. I got a fuck ton of money on the market long here. SPY squeezing higher and higher right now. SPY trading to close a gap at 627.50. That's this target right up here. Zone right here. As we hit that yellow and green box up there, you want to take the money off up here. Keep your eyes up. Doug on it talked about A-Lab today. It's in this massive wedge and it's breaking out currently. There we go. Keep on squeezing. Keep on squeezing. You got a whole ton of room to keep going. There ain't nothing up there. There's zero up there. There ain't nothing up there. It's just a fucking giant gap. Giant bullshit. There you go. Keep on fucking trucking. Keep on fucking trucking. Keep on fucking trucking. Keep on pumping. Keep on pumping. Note, too, that we've coming into the 12 o'clock hour here in just a few moments. Bull's got about another 18 minutes left. Give me that free fucking money. leave this over here. We'll talk about this in a bit. Come back to Netflix here in just a minute. SPX trading 6291.82. Well past the head and shoulders that the bears are looking for.
Bank of England, according to sources, asks some lenders to test for resilience to US dollar shocks. Bank of England testing scenarios include US dollar swap market drying up, and Bank of England testing follows similar moves by the ECB. But the Bank of England declines to comment.
What's interesting is that R2 is at 629.01. All-time highs is at 627.97. 627.51 is roughly where you'd expect these sellers to really show up hard. We're breaking through where they sold. They sold right about here. Right where we are right now is where they were sellers yesterday in pre-market. They were teeing off here. Looking for one more push higher.
Atlanta Fed GDP Now index falls to 2.39% from 2.58%.
Just a note here that Atlanta Fed GDP Now index falls to 2.39% from 2.58%. It's not really a big deal. It's been moving like crazy. There's been volatility in those numbers every report. That's overall still good GDP. Velo still looks good on SPY. It's a little longish in the tooth, but not too bad. We're getting close. We're getting fairly fucking close. Just one more pump. High of 627.19. We're like 30 cent. We're pretty fucking close here. What are you guys asking out there? I missed a whole bunch of this conversation here. Hold on here. Yeah, I'm putting stops on myself here as we get closer. Who said they're putting stops on? I'm putting stops on too. Bookmap looks shattered. You mean to make it cleaner for you? There's the target right there. Target is this one right here. Yep, there you go. Keep on going. I just want to make sure that this is the target right here. But there's a lot of see all this right here? That's why I'm watching this stuff here. You know, like dangling the sausage above your head up here. Here you go. It's way up here. And then these guys right here are trying to step in early and ruin your day. Who asked that question there? You're talking about rotation? Well, we got to talk about it because we've had some. Who asked that question? What if we have more breadth in markets? we would need more breadth in market. I would think, because we'll take a look around the market. We'll look at all the Mag 7s, and we'll look at all the AI plays and all that kind of stuff. Like Netflix, it's been a regular July miss. Let me look back on the July of 2020. Tighter. Keep on pumping, baby. Keep on pumping. Keep on pumping. Rage. So they estimated. So this is fairly shocking here. Netflix has missed every earnings in every bull run, every summer, going back to like 2020. Like 2020, they missed July. 2021, they missed July. 2022, they beat in a bear market. 2023, they missed. 2024, they missed. That's like 4 misses in a row in July. Coincidentally, Netflix, I think every time was on a downtrend. I'd have to look here. Let me see.
We're shortly expecting Freddie Mac numbers.
720. Let me go look here. Oh, I'm going way far back here. 2020. Where's 720? So 2020 they missed, and they were being sucked back down to their they're being sucked back down into their ER. Let's go put this on a 1 hour. Let's go down here and look at this. Can we go to we go all do I have the data for all the way back there? I don't know if I do or don't. Let's go look at it. There it is. So check this out. So this is Netflix earnings from 2020. And they were on their daily trigger like they are right now. And this is end of day right here. Now, what's fascinating about this here is
30-year mortgage rates rise to 6.75%.
They ran up on their ER, and they took the money and ran on it. Then they sold it down here into the 30th. But then started ramping this bad boy once again, even though they had a miss. And I want you to show you this. This is August. Another low down here, but then look at this big-ass ramp here into September, 561. So they did end up printing it out.
Fixed-rate mortgage averaging 5.92% as of July 17th.
Just a note here, it's 12 p.m. But what's fascinating here is Netflix is in the same situation as 2020, like today. So lots of manipulation, lots of like, I want this and you want that and all that kind of stuff. And if you look at it from just the premise of it's July, it's Netflix earnings, and they're literally in the same situation today. Let's go down and look at where they are today. So they're literally the same boat today. Let's go back over here and look. And look at where they are today. It's the same situation. Run it all the way down into their ER. Their daily is flattening. So maybe you get like a late day pump up here, or even just a pump into their ER. Then they slam it back down over here. But you still end up getting this, like, this is the 23rd. Well, here's the 27th. You know, so like ramp it up, take the money and run. Back down here, but here's the 31st. And you're just buying these dips for this like August print. And funnily enough, that other tech company, that Coreweave, is in this same kind of a pattern here, almost the same exact pattern. So even if they miss their earnings, historically they do in July, but they still take the print to the upside. They print this like downside down here, but not that hard. Let me show you this really quick in another way. Oh yeah, just keep on going, baby. Raise these stops up here. Hold on here. Let me go back to this main screen. Well, I gotta raise my stops. Hold on here. Whoa. That was close enough for me. There's still another 629.01. Still this one up here. I'll get long up here, but I want to be above this. We got ATH 622.97. I mean 627.97. 627.97. Oh, sorry, wrong. I don't know what's going on here. I'm getting a lot of sloppy like trading view. Let's go look at this really quick. All-time highs right here. I got this target above. I don't really want to trade this though, unless I'd want to see above. I want to see us hold above and then take that trade. I don't want to mess with any of this personally. Let's see if these buyers are still here right now. I mean, this is equal. We're basically at equal legs. Let's see. Give me a second here.
Canada's Finance Minister Champagne says there's no evidence that Trump will agree to zero tariffs. So they're currently speaking on Bloomberg TV.
There's not the one I'm looking at. SPX Gamma. That's what I want right here. What am I? This is. Fuck am I looking at here? I'm in the wrong shit. The thing about this is like the hourly is so low. So here's your bat wing right here, right? It'd be nice to see the tick higher. And then the pullback to go higher. You know, your cup and your handle. I think there can be an argument made that you're going to trade this here. We're still slightly bullish, and there's this tick right here. You know, here's the 18th right here. No. And so here's the OpEx 1600 Friday. And there's 630 right there.
Canada's finance minister Champagne says Canada is going to double down on getting the best trade deal.
No, they're not. They're not doing that. What they're doing is they're fucking they're all eating each other. Like they're like all these other countries. You know what's crazy is that like all these other countries are throwing each other under the bus. So like when like I want you to see this here. So here is the hourly trigger right here. This is what time tomorrow? This is Thursday, 1600, 1900. And I want you to think about like Netflix in here too. So I want you to think about Netflix here. So I think we can run higher here. We have the potential to run higher here, but I don't think that's where the better trade is. I think the better trade is to come in after Netflix earnings, have Netflix miss, have a bloodbath in SPY, and then have it recover. Normally, like the indexes will recover, even if you fade. Let's say you fade Netflix. SPY should hold up for tomorrow. And the better trade is probably this leg right here. It's probably more money on this trade here. And it probably doesn't start until 4:15 p.m. or even 9:30 in the morning. It's like 4:15 call spread, 9:30 in the morning maybe. You know, one of these two have like the bloodbath from Netflix, and then you get the Ramporama. As a matter of fact, if Netflix misses, you'd be, you know, even way down here, believe it or not. I don't think it goes this low, but there isn't much here. 431 in a daily candle down here. I think like it's not you can't go up. It's not you can't keep going up here higher, but I like the idea of this higher too because it proofs this one for 630 tomorrow. For like an OpEx, nice round number. But this is danger in here. So if you have missed this run here, be looking down below sometime. Maybe you catch like a Netflix miss, and then we're right back up again. Midday expectations right here. Right in there. Yeah, they actually got until 1:30. This is 12. Looks like sellers are coming in. I said 1:30. They got till 1:30 to get up there. 12 o'clock sellers coming in once again. Come on here.
So just getting some numbers then of regards to the tariffs. The US tariff receipts soar to $87 billion.
So terrible. All right, let's get back to Netflix really quick. We're going to talk Netflix here. I keep getting sidetracked. I'm like, here's a little bit of information about Netflix, and then we're going to move on back over here. Let's do a little bit more information. Oh, I didn't see what Winky Face was saying. Hold on here. I got to see what Winky Face was in here doing. Winky, what the fuck is going on? Or they're swinging back in again for more. You can't say what? Wanker? We're in Discord? Wait a minute. Is that here? I didn't know that. I'm betting that it's I am betting that it's a let me see, Automod Discord. Automod Discord language. A system of multiple. Oh, you know what it might be? You know what it might be? It might be no. It might be something that hold on a second. Way back in the day, if I recall this correctly, Discord like changed a requirement. I think Discord. Like gave an option to set auto mod to a certain setting to like keep to keep the Discord, I don't know, classified. I don't think it was I don't think anybody I don't think anyone banned wanker. Can I say that word? Nope, no, I can say wanker. Are you fucking sure, Winky? I think you're lying, bro. I can say wanker. Why am I allowed to? Someone try to say wanker. Are you fucking serious? What? You can say cunt, but you can't say wanker? Let me go look at the setting. Hold on. Hold on a second here. Hold on, give me a minute. I had no idea. Yeah, I think I do remember like back in the day, there was a what am I settings, content maybe in social. Hold on here. I have no fucking idea how that. I go in here like once. Allow access. No. Where the fuck is the language? Maybe I don't know. We could change the language in the server. change it to like fucking. We'll change it to Dutch and fucking. We'll just have fucking David AMS run around talking in Dutch. Nobody will understand what the fuck he's saying. How do I change the fucking the language settings? Like, who said? Someone said click settings. Content blocked by the server? What the fuck is that? Wanker? Yeah, the rest. I don't know why I can say wanker. Hold on, what do I do? I don't know what to do. All right, hold on, let me check. Auto mod is a system. Oh, it might come from like one of the auto. We have like an outside auto mod, I think. I wonder if the auto mod comes from like an English developer or something. I'll ask. I'll open a help ticket. Let me see if let me open a support ticket. I think it might be a bot. It's got to be a bot. It's got to be a bot. No shit, you can't. I can't find cunt in gifs. There's no cunt in gifs. I'll find the auto mod. So I think we have some auto mod. I think we have like a mod or two that are like from outside of Discord. And I fucking bet the fucking developer. I fucking bet the fucking developer was like, well, I don't like that wanker word. You can say fuck, whatever the fuck you want to say. You can say fuck all. I bet you the developers from like, the developer's got to be like from Australia or something. You can say fucking cunt and fucking, oh, I shouldn't be saying a lot. Beep, 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 beep. Uh-oh, we're in trouble. Bork's here.
Minutes away from the interview with Fed's Daily, speaking on Bloomberg TV.
Yeah, it's terrible. Okay, so let's get back to let's like try to like get our thoughts back together here. Everybody's got too much vacation around here. Too much summer vacation. We got serious traders that want to make money. They make all their money when everybody else is on vacation. It's a very serious time of the year. I'm like, dude, it's the slowest fucking time of the year. What's going on, Spy? Where are you going? You're going the wrong way, bro. All right, let's go back to
that video up for you, the feed, for you to watch later on.
Who? What do you got here in the feed? What's going on in the feed? Ah, shit. Fuck Daly. He can eat a bag of dicks too. I mean, I was reading something last night where these motherfuckers were like, "There's 12 chairs. It's not just one vote." I'm like, are you regarded? Like, you're expecting 12 chairs to vote against Jerome Powell, the chair? I'm like, get out of here. Like, you're another one of those burning tires guys. I'm like, just get out the door. Go get in your van. Go live down by the river with your bumper stickers and, you know, this is real and that is real. These are flat earthers. Like, these are the same fucking people. I got to tell you, they're the same fucking people. They're like a fucking flat earther. Earth is flat. We didn't go to the moon. We didn't, I don't know. Lizard people are real. I mean, I get the funniness behind that stuff, but in the humor and even the fantasy land of it. But when fantasy becomes reality, you're just kind of like, what the fuck are these people talking about? Right? I can get breaking something, and well, what about 1930? Yeah, not the same. What about 2008? We run it until we break it. 2000, run it until we break it. 1930, run it until we break it. But just like expecting some form of like, I'm not a whore by corporations, the Fed, elected officials, financiers, banks, retail, anyone out there. No, that's not how it goes. They abuse whatever they get until it breaks. That's what they do every single time. As a matter of fact, what's ironic is this same group of people, this literal same group of people are the same people that go on to socials and they type in things like, I can't afford to buy a house and I want the market to come down so I can buy a house. And I'm like, you're the same guy that wanted reform in 2008, right? Housing market reform. You created this. You did. You demanded change, right? This is why we can't wash people out of housing anymore. So it's like whip and whip and whip and arguing and arguing and arguing. Let's look at this really quick. So we took the money and ran up here. Did you? Oh, it didn't look so good right there. What's going on over there? I don't know what the fuck is going on over there. It's bleeding. We got a little diamond though. We got a poop island here so far. Little poop island here. We'll see if that holds. There could be one more pump higher. I was saying inside the Discord, leave the rest of this bullshit to FOMO gang. You know, if you look statistically at FOMO gang, they look great because they only come out when they're FOMOing and they win. Then they scatter when they're losing, but they lose like 7 out of 10 trades. So this is one of those instances where they're losing right now. So we got a little bit of a roll going on. We got sellers coming in at 12 o'clock on this high right here. I think that red line was enough, right? You see this very yellow, red? I think if you're a Marine, you can understand those colors. Yellow, red, yellow. If you're colorblind, I apologize. But if you're not, you probably made it in the military, and you can see the red and the yellow. That's sell. They sold. Now we have the equal legs, right? How low do they bring it would be the next question. I posted for you in the Discord, where I'd like to buy a dip down there if possible. They could, these buyers could fuck around for a little while longer. And we have an earnings coming out later today. Now we're going to look closer at this earnings. Now, number one, I told you to watch JPM and the other bank reports, and I told you a few rules. These are general rules that you should write down on a sheet of paper at home. And one, normally you get a run-up in banks. They sell early. They do another small run-up into their ER. They fucking sell early. And especially if they have a good ER, they'll sneakily in the background go in and start buying the dip again, like a third trade for a later print. Now, the next rules on this is like a playbook that they run every fucking time. They may not run it, 3 out of 10 times, but in general, stereotypically, 70% of the fucking time it works. And you're looking for that like price action and stuff. Now, we're looking at tech earnings, and the banks set up tech earnings.
Reminder, in about 3 minutes' time, we're expected to hear from Fed's Daily speaking on Bloomberg TV in an interview.
I don't care. I'll be honest. I don't give a fuck what Daly's saying.
The video is on the feed for you to watch.
We'll let this the squawker give us the highlights. After the shit show yesterday, and then the last couple of days when we're listening to these fucking Fed speakers, these guys literally intentionally talk out of their ass to protect themselves. They literally two-faced talking so that they're never wrong. Meanwhile, you'll get like Jerome is the only, or whoever the chair is the only fucking honest person that's telling the truth because they have to at an FOMC. And you actually get the truth at those meetings. But these speakers, especially yesterday, like I did see the whole like Trump saying who nominated Powell or like the Democrats nominated Powell. I was done there. I was like last night. I was reading a bunch of different takes on yesterday, right? And I watched like MAGA crowd only highlight what they wanted to highlight. I noticed BBG only highlighted what they wanted to highlight, and then the fucking Democrats were highlighting what they wanted to highlight. And all I could think to myself was, can you imagine being the guy or the gal that's in an office and has to scour every bit of stuff that was said yesterday? And it sounded like a little Fed chair, just like smear shit on the wall, and you can go back and say I didn't say that, I didn't mean this, I actually meant that, this and that, and all that kind of stuff. And it's like information. There's a word for it, but it's when you paint so much information that you can take away from it wherever the fuck you want to spin it any way that you want. So I was beside myself yesterday. I was like, you can't fire the fucking Fed chair. You can scream it all you want. You can yell up and down. Then like, well, this one's instance, if there's fraud. I'm like, no, dude. You sound like a fucking 6-year-old telling me that, you know, it's kind of like a child, you know. You're like, you know, they'll point out like the 1% chance where it could possibly happen, and they want to keep. It's not quite gaslighting. I don't know if it's gaslighting, but it's like, well, let's argue about this 1%. I'm like, no, that wasn't your original argument. Your original argument was he can be fired. I'm like, no, he cannot. You can't make that that argument is not allowed for you to then point towards the 1% chance and that it fucking matters and should be a conversation or even a question that's being asked by the fucking press. It's manufactured volatility is what it is. And there are hedge funds out there that want that manufactured volatility. And I get why. Because you need it for the markets to move. You do. Either up or down, or at least test and see if we're going higher or lower or whatever. I understand that. But the fact that it's fucking on a press conference and the fucking president of the United States blows my mind. I don't know if Trump likes or dislikes that stuff. There's so many times where he missteps and I'm like, if I was MAGA, I'd be like, just tell him to shut the fuck up. Like these reporters, you know, we're investigating Einstein. Epstein still. We're working on it. We'll get to it later. Instead, it's like, this fucking guy, this influencer over here, and all my supporters are dumb and stupid, and you know, this was created by the left. It was a disaster yesterday. It was out of control. I'm like, this is insano. Anyways, for right now, let's get back to markets. And what's important is the setups that are going on here in the markets. And we've got this whole bank thing going on. It's to the book. The next thing that is happening is we have the setup from banks, right, to the first Mag 7 report, which is Netflix. I mean, they're not really Mag 7, but they kind of are. They're not AI. They're not the AI trade, but they're Netflix. They don't have many foreign costs. They do in terms of some production with the threats with foreign production of movies and TV. But, you know, the crazy ass accounting that comes out of Hollywood, I doubt that there are not really smart people that can figure a way around any of those foreign production tariffs being threatened. You got to remember, like, LA is filled, or maybe you don't know this. LA is filled with attorneys that don't even bother getting their fucking license. You can just be what's called a legal secretary. I had a friend that was very smart, very intelligent guy, had his attorney license, went and graduated, took his test. I think it took him second or third time he passed. He went out to Hollywood to hang out and fuck around, and he got offered a stupid ass job and didn't even continue on as an attorney. He worked for MTV for years. And they just paid stupid fucking money for this guy to work for them.
Secretary Levitt,
So
the White House press briefing. The video is up on the feed for you to watch as well.
if you look historically back on Netflix earnings, they ramp end of the day. End of the day. Right now it is what time right now? 12:47. Okay, and this is 1 p.m. over here. They actually ramp end of the day. They usually catch a print after the bell, even though they have bad reports consistently. Now,
Fed's Daily says we still have some work to do on inflation.
I did check 2020. They had a bad July report. I checked 2021. They had a bad July report. I checked 2022 and we're in a down market. They had a good report. Shocker. Shocked Pikachu. 2023, bad summer report. 2024, bad summer report. I would assume that everybody's on that trade today. If I was a Netflix trader, I'd be like, well, let's what are they doing? If I took this trade 10 times, would I win? Yes. So does it matter today if Netflix prints huge? No. If you're a consistent trader and you trade the averages of what happens, if there's an edge, which there is in this case, there is a fucking edge that you sell Netflix. Now, there's a caveat to that. That if you look at the selling of Netflix, it's not a really huge downside move. It ain't like 20, 30, 40 fucking percent to the downside. It's where it's basically just below where their low is, and they fuck around and then they end up ramping into August and September. So, or usually like late August, I think. So for Netflix, it's hard here to short it. It's hard here to get a put spread and expect to make a bazillion dollars if they miss. So if it was me trading Netflix, I would still be looking on long side, but maybe with a later print. First week of September, something like that on Netflix specifically. If you catch the print today, and they lost the last 4 or 5 bull run July OPEXs or July ERs, you're still theoretically going to catch a long print on this ticker. Now, if we go bottom right hand side over here, we're gonna look at Netflix really quick, and this is the exact same setup that comes up for them every fucking summer trade, right here. And their low was down here somewhere. This is back in June 10th. So if they were to lose,
the economy is in a good place.
If they were to lose, I would say worst case scenario might be something down here. $1,000, 1,200, something like that. But even just right here would seem rational. And look at Netflix right now. They're running. They're doing their normal fucking thing. Look at that big ass green bar. They're doing their normal, like, hey, let's trade it up, go into ER, blast it down, and then they recover again later on. So, call spread with a lot of time on it on Netflix to catch it now or later seems appropriate. There's a small gap down below at 12.10. I would expect some kind of a move up here into their close. Look at them, they're moving right now. Yeah, a little bit of rotation into Netflix, right? There's the halfback trade right there.
And June CPI.
And then down and up like this. Something like this. There's the 30th. Call it right there. And then this kind of like a run higher here.
Daily says other parts of inflation coming down.
Excuse me. There's the halfback trade right there.
This is holding policy too tight could create.
This is Thursday, 1600. This would be worst case scenario on the downside over here. And I want to show you a couple more things if I can. I can't show you the I can't show you one of these reports.
So a reminder, about 7 minutes time, we're expected to hear from White House Press Secretary Levitt at the White House press briefing. Remember the video.
We got it. So right here, we'll look at this. So if they're an uptrend, right up. If they're an uptrend, up, right. If they're in a downtrend, marks a bottom in October, right. None of this helps. What does help, though, is this over here. July 2018, they went down. But they went up. Do you see it? Right there. It still went up. Big bloodbath down below here, but this was on a ramp high.
Tariff inflation spillover.
July 19th, 2022, they actually went up. They actually went up July 2022. July 2021, remember this was a bear year, but down here they blasted down some more in 2021, and then 2020 they went down too. So you figured down in 2020, that's 1. Down in 2021, that's 2. This was a bear market. It was the opposite. This one was down 2023. 2024, down. Okay? So down, 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 down versus up, 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 up. Their expected move today is currently 5.9%, 6.9, then 10% or 8.4%. Wait a minute, let's get the dates right here. This is August 5th. 7.9% anticipated move, 8% move. Let's just take a peek at what 8% is here. I'll put that in the trash. Wrong one.
Fed's daily says we may end up with more muted tariff impact than we thought.
And this is farther out in time over here. This is on the 30th.
Fed's daily says it's important not to lower rates preemptively.
See that right about there. So if you're looking for the short, price target, 1160, or what is that? 1170 by the 30th. Pretty low, right? Pretty fucking low into the 30th over here.
Fed's
still this like super ramp comes up. On today's move, it's 5.9%.
Rate cuts this year is a reasonable outlook. Brazil's President Lula says that they're open to negotiate whatever necessary with the US. It's being cited by CNN here. Fed's Daily says businesses are optimistic and they're not stalling out.
Sorry about that. I got to delete all this here. We'll come back to that in just a minute. A lot of support in here. Do you notice that?
Fed's Daily says that I see slower consumer spending, but it's not falling off the cliff.
Well, forget the cliff. We're not even on the fucking cliff. We're not even on the fucking consumer spending cliff. There's a day right there. There's this one right here. We got a potential squeeze right here. You shall not pass. 4 hour. This all looks good here. They ain't selling this. That ain't getting sold. That's a buy area right there. Love doing these earnings
Fed's Daily
trades.
says that we don't need to slow growth precipitously to get last mile on inflation. We really don't need to see more labor market weakness.
Big old gap down here. See that? Check this really quick. Where's that Netflix expected move?
Still waiting on Lever to begin speaking, but it probably is going to be a delay as usual. The video for her is on the feed. OpenAI announces ChatGPT agent. That's in their live stream there.
Where's Friday? Where's Friday? Where's Thursday? Thursday. Close right there. Grid. Week. 1 hour, right? The last 4 or 5. 2020, 2021.
It's daily.
2023, 2024. Last 4.
That's the wrong question. Daily says the question is the direction of travel, which is rates will be cut consistent with falling inflation. As Daily says, whether a rate cut happens in July or September isn't the most relevant. Where rates eventually settle will be 3% or higher. As Daily said, continued disinflation outside goods is encouraging.
So there's my take on Netflix. Let's take a peek here. It's inside the Discord, inside Market Chat if you want to look at it. I usually get about 7 out of 10 right on ERs. I do miss though, so I'm not like, don't look at me like a guru or anything. Where is my earnings calendar? Where the fuck is my earnings calendar? There it is. Interactive brokers, more banks, and then tomorrow we get 3M, Huntington Bank, more banks again tomorrow.
Fed's Daily says rates are modestly or moderately or a little restrictive.
Yeah, I'd say that's my take. I'm going to post something in market chat right now. On the pro chat.
Surely expecting the Fed reverse repo operation data.
What the fuck did I just do? What did I just buy?
$35 counterparties take $193.66 billion at Fed reverse repo operation. Fed's daily says stock market is a measure of optimism in the economy.
It's not just optimism. It prices. It's a forward-looking pricing in of fear too. And Bull's coming back for the attack now in SPY. I don't know why that's red. That's supposed to be red. Did I change that to red?
Daily further says business people have cautious optimism that's reflected in the stock market.
Let me go back over here.
And Daly's interview is concluded on Bloomberg TV.
What is going on? Why is this?
Daly in the bond market says he sees volatility rather than a significant change in how investors are pricing things.
going on here? Why? There's a bunch of changes to TradingView.
Daily says if financial conditions got over loose, we'd have to take that into account, but don't see that happening.
Dixie looks good right now. Tesla. Are we looking for Tesla? Let's bring this over and show Tesla. We already charted out Tesla, didn't we? So here's Tesla. That back up, that back up. So here's Tesla right here. This is what I've got Tesla at. I think we showed this to you a couple weeks ago. Where's ProChat? That's from July 7th. We did go down. We blasted down here. They bought it. Back up again. I guess the bigger question is, does it roll? I think that's your bigger question. King Cuck. Love that. It's a good name. The bigger question here would be the question of, does it roll down? Does it squeeze up and then roll down? I don't see any changes here. The only question here, I guess, would be, does it go down today or not? It looks bullish as fuck to me. I'm going to make this one the improbable one. Preferred trade is up here. Target price 347. But I do think it goes down. I do think it goes down into their ER. I do think we sell their ER. I think this is their ER. I could be wrong, but August 15th. They had 2 dates for their ER. I don't remember what they had, like 2 possible dates. This is what I've got for them up here, then down here. And this will be a slow drag into September. This could then consolidate down here like mid-September. Tesla does its own dance, but I'd like to see at least this, Some kind of failure in there. Let's see it. And they fucking ramp. They fucking ramp into end of the year. This is a gift down here. If like whenever the bear season starts, keep a real close eye on Tesla. They could be one of the biggest printers into the end of the year, like monster print. You know, there's your equal highs over here. Pull back and then one more move. This could be into February though. This could actually go higher. Well, there's a gap right here. There's probably a little something else in here. Like right in there, like come up there, down there, then you get the cup and handle. There's a giant there's a dip over here that should be epic. Like whatever this is down here. That little 229.52 set an alert if you're like a hardcore Tesla bull. Set an alert at like 230. I would do 232.25. No, 232.50. That's what I would do. 232.50. Have an alert. Have it sent to your phone. Have it sent to your email. Have it sent to your mom upstairs, and or even her boyfriend. And there's like this down here is like whenever that happens, or if that happens, you might even want to send. There's a gap right here at 245. Maybe you set it at 245 to get ready. But this should be a fucking power move. Oh, fuck yeah, baby. Print it for daddy. I got another trade on right now. There's like a Tesla power move. There's like a dip, and whenever the bears get their way with us, whenever they start manhandling me, and they get to like, you know, have their way with me or whatever, you know, flip me over and like shave my back, and they're like, you're a fake bear, bro. You're a bull. We know you're a perma bull, kind of a day. You know, you got served, cap or whatever. Whenever that happens and you see Tesla down there, however, whenever it happens, you should be a buyer of Tesla. I'll be a buyer of Tesla with you when that happens. Don't be doing that. We didn't get crazy with me. Taking away all my money right now. You putting the dip on me right here.
US set to impose 93.5% tariff on battery material from China. US Commerce issues a preliminary ruling on China graphite dumping.
I think it breaks down. I'm not anti it breaking down. We're close to the breakdown on Tesla. I'm not like anti-Tesla breaking down tomorrow. I'm not anti like Netflix having a bad ER. I'm open to that outcome. I'm more focused on like when does Tesla trade 230, 229 or 236 or whatever it is, or no, sorry, 232.25 or whatever. Whenever that happens, you want to be waiting for it. I think oftentimes I'll draw lines. I'll be like, oftentimes I'll draw a line like this. Let's say, like spots right here. I said stop, but it's spot. Sorry about that. On any ticker, I'll be like, here's spot, and I'll say, I don't know, I'll draw this up and do this one here, and then I do this one down here, and then I'm like that one right there, and I'm just looking to add, you know, like add. I look at it more like an add thing. As long as we're accumulating, you accumulate, sell puts, accumulate, sell puts. So I don't necessarily care if like Tesla rolls today, rolls tomorrow, rolls first week of August. I don't care.
On AI and innovation.
I'm more or less just looking for that low to get long. And that low should be...
We get comments from Feds Cook.
That low should be like... If I was a Tesla bull... if you're a patient bull, and you're just patient, and you're like, hey, I'm going to add some Tesla here underlying. I'm going to sell some puts below that 230, 230.29, make some money, and then when you get down there, you can load the boat with underlying, but then some kick-ass longs into February, March. Options. And sell puts, too. So now you're like, own Tesla, you're selling puts. If you start rolling, you can have some underlying, too, if you're buying the Tesla even right now where they are. You can sell calls against it, and then when you get back down to that 232, you're selling puts, buying long call options into February. Like, if you're a bull, like, you're looking for 2 times a year major longs. And we know we're going to get something. Whether it's August, September, October, fucking November 1st, there will be some kind of a significant pullback. And you should have cash ready and deployable to trade those moments to get long in a big way. Like, bam, I'm long, motherfucker, and we're taking it. You can't really believe these guys. Like the burning tires guys. You can believe them. Like I think they're right, but
that speech chat for you on the feed, free to read through.
I don't like making money that way. I like coming to a part of my life where like I like easy trading. I like it to be easy. I'll like flip if I need to or whatever. SPY now squeezing higher. SPX trying to come in and slam into the 6,300. See if looks like the market's seeing if Netflix can carry us over as a positive catalyst. I don't know if that's true just yet. I think it's be better served on nearer to OPEX or even after OPEX. If there was a breakout above 6,300, I'd like to see it before. I think it's even plausible to say we'll trade 625 for OPEX. But there is a window opening potentially. The one problem that the one mechanic there's a problem for bulls right now is that they're reining in their outside the money bets. They're all focused on 6,300 now. They were focused on 64 and 65, and now they're reining those expectations in. So there's a little bit of a wall at 6,300 that's building over days and time. But you know, if we get those, you know, if we can get the bulls excited again and they begin to roll higher, dealers could chase and get us over that wall. Let me get this over here. See where we're at. Not paying attention to my trade. That's not good. I wouldn't fuck with the Tesla trade, or I wouldn't say don't fuck with the Tesla trade. I think that I think that they're gonna moon. Best way to say it. I think if your timeline or if your time frame is a little bit higher, I think Tesla's gonna fucking moon. Sitting on a back test right now on a 1 minute trigger. See if this holds. Put some stops underneath there. There is nothing underneath. Just take a peek here. Let me just check. 620. The next stop is at 626.37. There ain't nothing holding us up here. There's a trap here. Just check 4-hour really quick. This is juicy. There's a 4-hour there. There's a 4-hour down here. Just check this really quick down here. There isn't. So just a warning to you that this is a warning, okay? If you're watching this stream, we are on support in that green bar you see right there. Below it, the next level of support, you want to write this down at home? Next level of support is 62636, and then it's big gaps down. 62546, 62435, 62396, 62255. So if you see that green box right there, if you've seen that green box right there, this is it right here. And see this nice little wick right here? This is your next major support right here. This is the prior high. And there's a seller up here right about there. VIX 9-day is getting decimated right now. There's a gap lower on VIX 9-day at $10.45. VIX 9-day getting decimated. HYG, HYG is coming into a little bit of like back testing of its hourly. Dixie, bullish, but it's bullish in a good way. 10 years looking to roll to the downside. SPY squeezing one more time. Going back to test the prior high right now. We normally get a ramp on tech into the Netflix ER, and then we sell like 4:15, 4:03, 4 o'clock. Usually an early ramp, regardless of outcome. Just a note for you for tomorrow, we get building permits and housing starts at 8:30. We get Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 a.m. Also remember that next week is a busy, busy, busy week. We've got Fed Chair Powell speech Tuesday morning, 8:30 of next week. We get 30-year mortgage stuff on Wednesday at 7 a.m. We get existing home sales at 10 a.m. on Wednesday. We also get a bunch of auctions, 20-year auction at 1 p.m. on Wednesday the 23rd. What else do we have next week? Friday we get durable goods. And then the week after, so it's like kind of a light week, but kind of an important week. And then especially with that Jerome Powell speech. And then on the following week, before we get into the end of the month, it gets even crazier. We get durable goods on Friday, the 25th. That wraps up next week. And then we come straight into a bunch of short-term bill auctions on Monday, like 3-month, 6-month, 2-year, 5-year. And that's all dealing with tariffs and stuff like that. But then on Tuesday, we get wholesale inventories, retail inventories, goods, trades, and balance. We get Red Book. We get Case-Shiller Home Price Index, which is behind the curve. That could come out ugly. The Case-Shiller is like a 3-month lag on it. And housing has looked like dog shit. Jolts we get at 10 a.m. on Monday the 28th. And then we roll into GDP, ADP, a bunch of jobs numbers. And we do the Fed interest rate decision on Wednesday. And then on the 31st, we do personal income, PCE, all the personal stuff. And then on Friday the 1st, we do NFP and non-farm payroll on the 1st. So we get like hands off as we get closer to Friday, August 1st. We also have this whole discussion going on with, Jerome Powell this like bullshit discussion about him stepping down, or if he would step down because Trump asked him. He's gonna get fired, fraud, you name it. Blah 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 with Jerome. Give us a rate cut. Give us a rate cut. You know, I wouldn't actually be opposed to a small cut to appease, but no, we're not going to 1%. That ain't fucking happening. He doesn't have to do anything right now. If anything, I believe that he should raise a point. Maybe not a point. I just think he should raise 25 or 50. After all this data comes in the next couple weeks, I think it's going to be clear as day that he either needs to pause or stay paused or raise. I think that comes to light. Now, oh yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Hold on. I'm going to go post some porn inside the Pro Trader. If you want, you can take some off here. Oh, fuck yeah. Oh, yeah, fuck yeah.
And White House Press Secretary Levitt has begun speaking. Remember, the video is on the feed for you to watch. But if you don't want to scroll down, it's on the left-hand side in the economic calendar under the name White House Press Briefing. So Levitt says Trump will travel to Scotland from July 25th to the 29th.
Oh, yeah.
So it looks like
oh, fuck yeah.
Changed. We'll see if we can find a different video. We'll get
Can
it.
I repost that?
Oh, let's come back.
You mind if I post that? If I steal that from you? These are meant to be stolen, right?
And Trump's to travel to the UK from September 17th to the 29th.
I stole that meme from you, Natural Force.
Levitt says we're seeing trillions of dollars in private investments.
Oh yeah. So terrible. Just pounding away right there, pounding away. Oh, dude, that guy and his girlfriend, the guy that was cheating on his wife, he's so fucked. Dude, like he's probably gonna kill himself. The astronomer, the astronomer CEO, astronomy.com, no, astronomy.io or some shit like that. It's called. He's doing AI bullshit with astronomy. He's banging his HR, who you can't fucking trust, scum of the world. No offense if you're an HR person out there, but already know. They got so busted. Too many giggles. 627, or a little bit higher, right there. Well, yeah, well, Berlin, like, well, my point is, like, I mean, I realize there's a fuck ton of this that goes on. Well, there's a few things. It's like, I'm getting older. So I'll say this. As you get older, you realize that a lot of, like, normal conventions don't matter as much, I think. Like, that, I see a lot of, like, I have a lot of friends that are, like, swingers or they cheat. As they get older in their relation, they like swing, like they open relationships, you name it. Like, rather than divorce, they do these things. And I think a lot of, like, what I notice is that as I get older, I'm like, yeah, fuck getting a big marriage. Like, go get married on Main Street or something. I don't put as much weight into the things that I cared about when I was young. Like, don't do this and don't do that. And if you ever do this, you're gonna, ruin me or whatever. So when I looked at that guy, I was like, yeah, that's probably more common than you think. Now, I'm with you, Berlin, on the fact that in this day and age, and this is a weird thing too, because that guy could be in an open relationship with his wife as long as it's quiet. And that's the thing about today, which I agree with you. In this day and age, if you do anything like that in public, someone's got a fucking camera out. Whether you're not allowed or allowed, someone's got a camera out. And it's even worse if you're not allowed and you're doing it. Because if it's publicized like that, like this guy's caught attention all over the world. Front page of Reddit, fucking every other post on Twitter's got a picture of this guy or the intern or her. His wife has got to be mollified. No matter what the situation is, she's probably fucking melting down right now. So I agree with you. Like, in this day and age, if you're going to do that shit, it better be fucking behind closed doors. You can't be out in public hanging out at a fucking Coldplay of all fucking bands. Like, I was looking at it, I was like, dude, what's this guy doing? Guys on I was looking up numbers today from people that travel for work, for business, like salespeople and stuff like that's very common. Like, if you're a person that travels for work, it doesn't happen all the time, but you'll see a lot of men are like, they like let it all hang out. 2 years of cocaine, partying on their third wife, eating steak dinners every fucking night, you name it. And think back to before we had social media. Think back to when you were a kid. If you're older, think back to when you were a kid, the shit that you did as a kid. That shit would never fucking fly today. Ever fly with the internet today.
White House.
Things that you see, things that you do.
White House press secretary reading doctor's letter says Trump had swelling in lower legs evaluated.
You would
chronic venous insufficiency.
You would never, ever, ever.
insufficiency.
He needs to eat more hamburgers. Like you would never see like I bet I would expect that if I was a kid today, I bet this is true. I would collect all your fucking phones at the front door in any event. If I was a teenager or a young adult,
The results were
like, give me your fucking phone. Give me your fucking phone. Goes in a box over here. Put your name on a post-it and we'll stick it over here. Because everything is out in public today. You can't do shit. I think about that when I'm out. I always think about, like, I gotta treat people good. I can't fly off the fucking handlebars in public on people. Like, you just never know where someone's got a camera out and they're just like, hey, this is so-and-so and blah, 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 and, ruin their entire life for a mistake or for, like you're angry one day. And that happens to most people. People have bad days or they do bad things, or like you don't know if this guy is in an open relationship with his wife. You still don't want to be going public, right? And so this guy, I was wondering about this just a few minutes ago. I was like, I was looking at some of the Twitter stream, and I was like, man, not only is this guy's life over, but his wife in particular. Does he have any kids? Does he have family and friends? And this causes people to fucking commit suicide, right? Shit like this. Like you'll find that guy like dead in 3 or 4 days, or even the wife, or even the kids, or whatever.
It says Trump remains in excellent.
So I guess what's the lesson behind this guy? Don't fucking do that shit in public. use a Signal or something, or Snapchat, and don't ever no pictures, no cameras, no video, no phones. Get yourself an AI chatbot to cheat with and jerk off to porn.
Levitt says we're receptive to make
or keep it really fucking quiet. Oh, 100% Berlin. I mean, I'm not gonna claim like no guilt here. I probably did so much shit when I was younger that I would be dragged through the streets today. But there was no internet, or there was none. I mean, there's some of it. There was something like revenge stuff back in the day. There was like some dudes that were doing, hey, my girlfriend cheated on me. Here's all her nudes and shit. But it still follows all those same rules. No pictures, no video, no, like, we're not doing videos of each other fucking each other. Even your wife and girlfriend. Like, I would not, like, people are like taking videos and stuff of like, I just want to, I don't know, take video of fucking my wife or something. You can't do that anymore. Someone steals your phone, you lose your phone. Someone hacks your phone, someone finds it and fucking rips the card out and puts it in a reader, and you got you fucking your wife or something. I guess maybe you could do that with no faces or something, but today is so sketchy. Like, there's always someone somewhere with a fucking camera going. I don't know. I was talking to my wife a couple weeks ago, and we're talking about mass shootings and the different kinds of mass shootings. Like Detroit has some mass shootings, not as many as they used to, but a lot of their mass shootings though are kind of like, bad guy on bad guy, generally. And then you get like the crazy white guys that are shooting up schools and stuff. And I was discussing with her that I was reading a story about the serial killer in Idaho that was like a criminal justice student or something, and figured he could get away with it. I think he killed like some people that he knew, a couple kids or whatever, or no more than a couple, it was like 2 or 3 kids. One girl was in the house and like saw him walking by and froze, freaked out and hid. And I was talking to my wife about it. What was unique about it is that I was like, that guy probably thought he could get away with it by going to school for criminal justice, but serial killers have a real hard time today getting away with those crimes. So there's a thesis going around that a lot of these serial killers know they're going to get caught. So instead of being a serial killer, they become mass killers. They'll go on a rampage. They'll drive a car through fucking traffic or through a fucking parade. They'll fucking go on a shooting spree. Or they'll go into a grocery store and shoot up the place, the school and shoot up the place, Vegas and shoot the place up. So they have these urges they can't control, and they can't get away with it anymore. I think some of that applies to some of this shit. Like you can't do shit like you could back in the day. Fuck no. You couldn't say the things that were said. You couldn't. couldn't do anything. Like today, like my oldest daughter, like they hand each other their phones for the Instagram stuff. They want to know like who they want to know everything about them. Like a boy that they're dating or something. They want to know every little fucking detail about him, which is bizarre as fuck too. There's no redemption either, right? It's like a lot of these kids don't date anymore. They either have to have like super clean lives, or they have to have like a contrived life that that they're not going to be putting people off right away. Squeezing higher right now again, going back to test the prior intraday high right now. Target would be 627. Just check this. Next two targets is a retest of 627.51, a retest of the prior high at 627.97, and then the new all-time high, and then of course R2 sits at 629.01. Slap in the back of the backboard right now.
Levitt on Russia says we will face steep tariffs if no deal in 50 days. Correction, Levitt on Russia says they will face steep tariffs if no deal in 50 days.
So Levitt said on Russia that they will face steep tariffs if no deal in 50 days.
Levitt says secondary sanctions to apply to Russia oil buyers.
Oh, that's a good point. Talking Monkey said, always use cheap animal head masks when filming doing stuff. I like that. Okay. I like the cheap animal masks. You can wear a mask. If you're going out in public to a Coldplay concert with your what do they call it? A mistress. Wear a mask. SPY trading 629510 again. I'm getting shit on by Talking Monkey in the pro chat. Oh, the furries? Oh god, here comes SPY for all-time highs. Oh god. So terrible. Here comes Spoos looking for all-time highs again. Oh, there they go over there. Prior intraday high being tested again right now.
Levitt says Trump has been transparent about displeasure with the Fed. Levitt on Canada trade deal, we'll see.
Oh, thankfully we don't have Levitt on. You guys want to listen to Levitt you want to listen to her get angry or no? I shouldn't say that, but she is an angry person, isn't she? I don't think it matters if look at A-Lab. ASPI cranking right now.
Levitt on the EU, they'll continue to be eager on negotiating trade.
Netflix ramping as predicted earlier. Netflix cranking, trading 1269 right now. Breaking out to the upside into the close today. I like that. So my youngest daughter, Netflix just cranking into their ER, which is as it usually happens. Maybe we should short the fucking close. Like put a fucking bunch of like one becomes 0 dates at like 4 o'clock, 4:15 or something. What time is their actual report? Anyone know exactly what time they report at? Just see this. Let me just make sure I got this right over here. Where is that high on Netflix? Just make sure I got that right. Where's the fucking market high on them? Yeah, that's about right. That's about fucking right there. Netflix mooning right now. A little bit of a star on them on an hourly basis. Nope, it's still green. Still green. Yeah, I like the furry suit. I like the I guess the thing for me would be hold on here. Let me go over here and check this really quick. $626 is still support. There's a little bit of a pullback area here to the 5-minute trigger. It's at 627 flat. Still here. This is still valid right here. Nothing's changed. Next one, 626 over here. Two o'clock in the afternoon. I'm going to take a quick potty break here, see if we can sell this down a little bit. I'm going to go potty, grab some water and coffee, and I'll be back.
Voice news disconnected.
Andrew, I'll put Levitt on for you.
Going on In the world, I'm a little bit surprised you would ask such a question, although I'm not sometimes coming from you, I will say, but I'm willing to give you an answer. Nevertheless, the president's uncle did, in fact, teach at MIT. He was a very intelligent professor. The president's very proud of his family. In fact, the president has a letter from his uncle on the MIT letterhead that sits in the Oval Office dining room. Maybe we'll let you see it sometime. Elizabeth.
Caroline, one more on.
Elizabeth,
will the president consider pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell if the Epstein case is a hoax?
Okay, I'll start off with the president said last week he would not be getting involved in the New York City mayoral case. If that mayoral race, if that's still the case, given his history drawing a large crowd in New York City, what's his reason for staying out of it in that way?
Well, look, I think the president reserves the right to get involved in races or not get involved in races, and he's made the decision not to weigh in on the New York mayoral race, as you rightly pointed out, although he has gone as far to say he absolutely does not want to see Zemdami elected, who is a known communist who supports the abolishment of property, the defunding of police. He has made very well-known anti-Semitic statements. It would be a disaster for New York and for this country, and I think it's quite telling that this individual, a known communist, has been spending time in Washington this week meeting with truly where the Democrat Party is headed. Clearly, they learned nothing from November 5th in the president's overwhelming victory. Mary, go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline. I want to backtrack to the hospitals that have stopped providing transgender surgeries and hormones for kids. On this front, does that have anything to do with the DOJ's subpoenas last week? Should we expect any more hospitals to be shutting down their programs? And I wanted to also ask what you make of all these media reports, especially the AP, which I noticed, which portrays these children as losing something that's saving their lives.
Yes, I think the president spoke a lot about this issue, which is a political issue, but also really a cultural issue that impacts children and families. He talked about it a lot on the campaign, and I think he was quite surprised by the uptick we were seeing in the embracement by the Democrat Party when it comes to the chemical castration and mutilation of young, innocent bodies. And so the president made it a very early priority to sign very strong executive orders to cut off the funding for any hospital or any medical facility in this country that provides such barbaric procedures. And as a result of that strong policy and the president's strong common sense position on this issue, we've had a response which is great for children in Arizona. Phoenix Children's Hospital has stopped providing puberty blockers and hormone therapy to minors. In California, Stanford Medicine ended sex change surgeries for minors. Children's Hospital Los Angeles is closing its Center for Trans Youth Health and Development surgical program. In Illinois, Lurie Children's Hospital Chicago stopped sex change surgeries. Again, let's think about what we're talking about here. Sex change surgeries for minors. These are barbaric practices that no child, innocent child, should have to endure. And the president wants to protect the innocence of children, and I know the vast majority of Americans support him in that effort. This is a wildly popular and common sense endeavor this administration has taken, and we've seen many of these medical institutions have followed through with the president's executive orders, but will continue to take further action on this important issue. Garrett.
I too, if you'll indulge me.
Sure.
On the rescissions package, I wonder what the White House makes of this theory that it increases the odds of a shutdown. The theory is basically, why would any Democrat vote for a bipartisan spending deal with Republicans if Republicans can turn around and claw the money back the next day?
Look, $9 billion worth of crap that it was in our federal funding that is now being rescinded. This is a good thing for the American people and the American taxpayer, and I think our Office of Management and Budget Director was saying this process should be more bipartisan. Democrats, there was a time in this country where Democrats too cared about getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse in our federal spending. I think every American agrees the government spends way too much money on things that don't matter. Some of those things includes PBS and NPR, or for instance, the Democracy Fund, which was funded to the tune of $83 million through the Department of State, but they were giving hundreds of thousands of dollars for gender equality and empowerment hubs in Yemen.
Pretty big red ball right there. Watch out, guys.
Strengthening information integrity, equality, and democracy for LGBTQI population of the Western Balkans. These are not good uses of the taxpayer funds, and Republicans are proud to lead that effort, and we wish more Democrats would join us in that.
I wanted to follow up on the Maureen Comey question just to clarify. Did the White House have any knowledge, or did the president sign off on her firing?
This was a decision that was made by the Department of Justice.
There was an agreement that was made between Immigration and Customs Enforcement and the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare.
Do you want me to mute this thing?
Regarding
you want to mute this? I mean, the shit she says is crazy. I'll turn it off. Hold on.
For 92 million Medicaid recipients around the country. That includes health and...
Oh, I'll turn her off.
So how...
She's out of her fucking mind. I turned her off. She's out of her fucking mind. Yeah, I'm a communist. I know, it's like like the whole presser thing has become a shit show. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I kind of feel the same way, Kurt, to some extent. But what happens is I like to listen to the psychobabble too, but then like 5 minutes into it, I'm like, all right, I've had enough. I got to turn it off. Like these, like it's so bizarre too.
Trump spoke about how he feels yesterday.
Oh, hold on here. What do we got going on? Getting some echo here. Like what happens to me is that the bizarre thing is that she gets like she'll take like she has plants in there asking her questions, which is fine. I'm fine with that, but you just kind of know it's like exposed how contrived it is, especially when they like banned everybody, like the AP, like ban everybody, like ban every news service, and then you just start putting in like a fucking influencer like me in there asking questions. I shouldn't be in the White House asking fucking questions as an influencer. Like that shit's not legit. And then, you know, someone will ask her just a normal question or a normal answer, and she goes off the handlebars, and I kind of enjoy it because it's kind of fucking lunacy. The answers are always lunacy. She had the cross around her neck, then she took it off. I'm all alma mater with her, by the way. I found that out recently. She went to my alma mater, and one of my alma maters, and the brother school of my sister school, and she that was shocking to me. The alumni went after her too. That's how I found out. I was reading an alumni letter, and I was like, "Oh God!" And you know, I have to turn it off. I can only take so much. Like at some point in these press conferences just devolve into crazy town. No basis in reality. Yeah, did I study in Transylvania? I studied at a small private school, sub Ivy League. Yeah, Kurt, it's like that. You know, Kurt, it's like this is why ex-military make great employees, right? Like, you know, if you're a regular civilian, you just like take a vacation. You try to take a vacation in the army, and it's like fucking, you know, did you do this in your packet? Did you do that in your packet? Are you red on this? Are you green on everything? If I ever find out, you're fucked. You know, all that kind of shit. No leave for you. You know, just like you just stop listening, right? Like fool me. My wife. So my wife is in the army too. My wife. I was in the army twice, and she was in once. And when I got fucked the second time, she was like, "Fuck no." Like, fool me once, fool me twice, fool me 3 times. I'm just not listening anymore. Like, whatever. TransU, Transylvania University for vampires. So just note out there that we've got a magnet at 6,300.
Levitt's briefing at the White House ends.
Well, it's me again. It's Donald J. Frickin' Trump, okay? And if you're sick and tired of hearing my voice in this ad, which is pretty sad, all you've got to do is go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Beautiful, big, huge discount. So what are you waiting for? Come on, do it.
NYMEX natural gas August futures settle at around $3.54. NYMEX WTI crude August futures settle at $67.54 a barrel, up $1.16 or 1.75%. Diesel August futures settle at around $2.46 a gallon. Gasoline August futures settle at around $2.17 a gallon.
Just to note to you out there, if you're watching the show in the background, we are sitting here on 6,300 on a local top. Question now becomes, do you get call rolling here or not? Do we wear out some of this sell side over here, and do people begin rolling higher? We don't know yet. This is pretty much where the people are rolling higher. They're rolling to 6,500 now. It's not quite tall enough yet. 119.38, 119. Yeah, very close. Probably not going to break out here today. Heads up to you, I'm getting alerts for ALAB, alerts for Burn, BYRN, and ALAB right now. BYRN and ALAB. I don't think we break above this 6,300, but you're looking more for the rolling to higher highs, 64 and 6,500. People are definitely rolling to 65 though. All right, so I'm going to show this chart really quick here. I caught an alert from Burn. So this is the chart that I had for Burn going on, and I wanted to see Burn sell. They sold, and I wanted to be a buyer down here on Burn. So they just hit my alert right here. So you can see it. Target to the upside right here, and then a short back to the downside. You can just see this right here. Triggers. Let's just delete all of this now. Yeah, so they had, you can see it right here, right? They had their high. They missed their high, so they got slammed down here. This was a short back here. And I had an alert set down here to get long again. Let's take a look. Not quite ready yet. They get cheap right in here. See this blue mark right here? They get cheap right in here. Hold on a second here. Let me just check. Whenever these alerts go off, it means they're getting cheap finally. Discount. Yeah, take your short off. We're close, or we're close. They're gonna have. There's gonna be a pullback here. This is for you, natural force. You're gonna see some resistance to more down. Just take a peek this here. Yeah, natural force. Do you like shorting? Do you want to put a short report out for you? Do you guys want more stocks to short? I'll give them to you. I just didn't think many people were interested in them. This is weekly too. This looks good right here. This actually looks pretty good. Let me just check this. Yeah, that's weekly right there. It's getting close. You did get the check back up here, which is kind of nice to see. On this daily check back, you got that one. Do you want I don't post them because I don't post them because it like if we were in, so I have a stock scanner that shows risk on, and whenever that stock scanner has no returns, hold on here. Whenever that stock scanner has no returns, this is possibly a big squeeze coming up. Here's my point. Whenever we go like risk off in the market, I'll get no returns, and I watch closely. I do, especially when there's no returns, and not necessarily for. See, these are all buyers in here. We're getting fairly fucking close.
$69.52 a barrel, up $1 or 1.46%.
The reason I watch the risk on is because my risk on scanners are all
Well, it's me again. It's Donald.
Are all is for the riskiest stocks out there, and when the market goes risk off, those are usually the first to go. Like they'll still remain risk on, and like not risk on, but people will leave money in, let's say, in like Meta if there's like market weakness. This is like a hard volatility, manufactured volatility. People will stay long in general. Now, the first to go risk off is usually any of the risky shit. People get scared. They're like, "Oh, get me out of this! Like this ticker's never coming back." So you have like market weakness due to normal volatility, and then you have like market weakness from hard volatility. Like there's danger. So if I don't get a return for like 2 or 3 weeks, then I'm scared. I'm like, this is a little too long. Like 2 weeks, no returns. 3 weeks, no returns. Then I start focusing on my short scanners and seeing what are the biggest ones, what are the biggest boys that need to come down a bunch. And I put more weight then into being short. Like it's validated to go short then. And there's more that you can go short on, and there's more down on a lot of high risk stuff. We're getting close here. You're going to start to find buyers down here is my point. It's like right here. I just had the alert go off in here. And so we're kind of in this place where we got some gaps down here, 1785. We are at $22 right now, 22. So it's 22, like $20. It's kind of like a level, right? They're going to buy 20 zeros and tens, right? There's a range in here, 1791 to 2168. But I would be looking for a turnaround in here at this point. Some kind of a turnaround, and then I want to see where where they originated. This trade, which is way down here. And there's another one over here. This is a 4. Let's go to a 1 hour and see what we can see. We could go all the way down here. Theoretically, we can go all the way. The buy is probably right here. If you were cheap. So things begin to get cheap down here. But let's look at this. Let's look at this as a whole. So things get cheap right. They start getting cheap right here. But you're also working harder. For this, it could be like this long drawn out, and it could get bought right here because the buyers are right here. The big buying begins right about here, so it gets a little dangerous. It's not an easy short. It's not like, hey, we failed a high. We have equal legs. We failed a high on the equal legs. As soon as you start seeing that, and this has been pretty consistent here. This stock came from a low of $2. So this thing ran all the way up into, $35. That's a lot of running, and came back up, and it started. When it failed right here is when we put the short on. Right here. And this is another thing too. When you hear someone say there's a top, this takes time. Oftentimes, I forget what this is called, but you'll hear people say that's a top, double top. But that double top can take like and I forget what it's called because it's like the hammer candles. You get like a hammer in the top and then a hammer in the bottom. It means it's going to take a little bit of extra time to drop, and it did. But you can see right here that. You can see right here that there's going to be at least interest, some kind of interest right about here. That's how these fuckers work. All these spec growth shit. So let's look right here. A little bit closer. So somewhere in here, like this is more of like an accumulation type trade here. Yeah, I guess you could keep shorting it, but you're going to expect, let's look at the last time it bottomed down here. And it's just kind of like garbage right here, garbage down here, right? Sideways. How much time was spent in here? Price is right here. Yeah, you know, maybe not so bad. That's only about a month. If you want to stay short for another month, maybe 2 months, 3 months. But the easy part of the short, I think, is done. Or the payout is, you know, the payout's there. Take the money and run. I mean, this could take. It could take some time. And it just becomes like accumulation again. But I have an alert for burn, and I have an alert for A-Lab. And I think A-Lab was the breakout. And we've been talking about this one now for, you can see this breakout right here. Every time this breaks out, I get an alert. You can see the alert right here. This one's like keeps attempting to break out for a big old squeeze. Kind of see it right there. I'm looking for some weakness in A-Lab in the off shoulder in the shoulder season, in like the bear season over here. But A-Lab should moon. Yeah, I got A-Lab going fucking. I got A-Lab ripping some faces off over here. Like right here. Right here, you finally beaten that one and this one. A-Lab's in like full. Like this is my problem with like some of these stocks is they can spend like time in here, and it's starting to creep out. It's starting to get squeezy. It's not quite there, but it's almost there. The daily trigger's helping. I want you to see this here too. This daily trigger is like telling you we're about to start, you know, ripping some faces off here. There's this gap left behind, but I don't think we can hit this until we have risk off in the market. Even so, though, it's still bullish as fuck. Like this breakout right here, this is just begging. And you can see we just hit the alarm right now. A-Lab's fucking like A-Lab's super sexy. A-Lab's like the kind of stock where you come back in like 6 months on leaps and there's just printed something fucking stupid. Still no target hit here. No, I think you just watch it now. I don't natural force. I don't think it's a buy yet, but I think it's something that you start monitoring. Start setting alerts. Here, I'll post it to you, brother. I think you should start setting alerts on all of these markouts they have on it. And if you start to see it turn again, start seeing it turn up, you start building a position. It's a regular printer up and down. Here, I'm going to post it for you in the Discord. No worries, brother. And what's good about this is you can own this too, right? It's cheap. There it is right there. Just start snapping lines and putting alerts on that. It's in the area. Yeah, I do that too. Be back in just a few minutes. Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, yeah. Oh. Where's the music? Do-do-do. Ooh. Nah. Well, that's wrong. Where's my water? It's a little loud, isn't it? It's a little loud. Turn that down a little bit.
Do you want this? Do you need it? Are you gonna buy it? Do you need it? Okay. Inspiration strikes on your shopping spree. Baby girl, you're feasting, you're a killer queen. Let me take these off your hands, call me the shopping shrink. Meditate how many times you couldn't get what you need. Now every single thing you want is at your feet. Make them wonder how you keep them at the edge of their seat. And many pillows does one princess need? Now tell me, do you feel anything? I think that you should have it. Are you gonna buy it? Oh, you should try it. Try it. Try it. Try it. Try it. Try it. I think that you should have it. I think that you should have it. I think that you should have it. Okay. Do you want this? And do you need it? Are you gonna buy it? Do you need it? Okay. Inspiration strikes.
Yeah, baby, you want to go to a Coldplay concert tomorrow? Keep it on the down low? Fuck no. The intern's like, just take that shit to a hotel. Nah, we're gonna go and hang out at the fucking show. It's Coldplay.
Baby girl, you're feasting, you're a killer queen. Okay, first time. Smile in the face and have you
That was pretty good one. I like that one. Just play that one again, maybe, on repeat. Yeah, I'm drinking Bear Tears right now. No Pepsi over here. I got one of the many plastic cups we buy for the kids. I was walking by one of my daughter's got a couple bedrooms. I was walking by one of them today through a hallway. She had left me a dart on the floor to step over. I feel like my life is surrounded by stuff like this. Plastic cups, darts on the floor. And Daddy, let me jump over your back so I can so you can hurt yourself. New all-time high. The Rampo ram into the bell. What do we got going on here? Let's take a peek at Spoos. See what the heck is going on here. Beep, beep, beep. See what Spy's doing. Top of the world, ma. I'm sure there's some of you out there that are like, it's going to go higher, Cap. 632. This could be a top here. Like right where we are. We have not been able to break out of this range. We've been in this range now for, oh my God. Let me go back and check my Rolodex. I was told I was told back in July when I was on vacation that we'd never be back here again. Same rip. We had a rip up on while we were all on vacation, and we just did it again. Amazing. One right there, another one right there. I've actually done it 3 times. 1, 2, 3, and 4 times since then. Market has literally gone nowhere since vacation. Same spot where we were, roughly the same spot we were when we left on vacation, right on the high tick on July 3rd. It was, what was that? 626.23. So just a couple dollars higher, but, being range bound the last 2-3 weeks. The summer trade has been pretty good, right? Up, down, like all the way up, all the way down, all the way up, all the way down, up, flip, all the way down, all the way up, all the way down. I'm looking at SPY right now. So the bigger question remains, do we break out? How do you break out? It's most certainly not while we're all on vacation. It has to likely be an event of some kind, either lifting the uncertainty of tariffs or OPEX or expiration or earnings. You need policy, Fed Reserve, I don't know, economic news that changes the everything, right? Let's take a peek over here. Right here, put that right there. It's like a peek. You kind of need a reason to go higher. Now, historically, I said this to you earlier, but historically, Netflix is famous for, in a bear market, going up on July OPEX. That makes sense, right? If you're down the whole year, you get you get a couple chances still to buy a dip, believe it or not. You don't believe that, but that's true. As a bull, you can survive in a bear market. Believe that or not, you can. You don't have to believe it. We've done this show long enough now that we know that a bull can survive. Now, notably, the other 4 instances in bull markets, Netflix will run up into their ER on the day of, like we are right now. And then they have historically sold after the bell. That would not bode well, would it? And not only that, even if they do squeeze up, SPY would likely come back. So let me say that. Let me impress that upon you some more. Even if so, the indexes will react favorably or unfavorably after the bell, but then they usually recover. And that's both sides. Like if they squeeze up, it'll recover back to the downside, believe it or not. You wake up the next day and it'll be like nothing happened. And that ticker will either continue on or blast down, then continue later on. Or even if Netflix gets sold to the depths of hell, you would see, you would see some normalcy in SPY the next morning. So there's this arbitrage window is my point. Between 4 p.m. and 9:30 in the morning. And things can look really great or really bad. And they still come back into line for the rest of earnings season. Now, in particular, where we are right now, your best bet probability-wise is to stay with historical examples. And there's an edge there. This like one time or one off doesn't make it how you should be trading. If you're looking for edges, the edge is to sell the 4 p.m. on Netflix. But I have to admit, I took a look at Netflix this morning, and it looks great. It does, and I wonder what the put-call ratio is on this ticker. I'll go take a look. I'll take a look at it in a minute here, but I wonder if everyone's on that trade. If dealers don't want to pay that trade, we could go up. And I looked at everything but gamma. I'll look at gamma here in just a minute. I'll look at gamma, and I'll look at put-call ratio on it. See what what's everybody on in that trade, but. And significantly, we're trading an all-time high just as we come into this close right now. So you have to like weigh all of this stuff, and then there's something else here, which is that Netflix sets the tone. Doesn't necessarily impact the rest of earnings, and I'll say a little bit more on this. If it's a negative print, it normally impacts the market more than a positive print. Positive print will get like an impact for a day or two in the greater market, but then it fades until the next reports come out. If it's a negative report, the fucking bears are all over it. It's like doom and gloom for like 3, 4, 5 days, and you get these stupid fucking articles written. You know, like if Netflix missed, then everybody else is gonna miss. That whole like soap opera and volatility gets reintroduced to the market. So, how do you trade this close? How do you trade this close? Well, in my view, you don't. You can trade like straddles and stuff like that because it's earnings. I think straddles aren't too bad. If you look at some straddles for Netflix, if we have time, we'll look at that here into this close. But I like to keep it simple. I like to keep things simple. So let's look at simple, okay? Especially on events. Events are weird. Like events, nobody's got a crystal ball. Some people do. You know, if you're an insider, you do. You work for CNBC, you do. You work for Wall Street, you do. But most of us, we have less information than they do. So let's take a look at a few. Let's take a look at a few things here. Let's like temper our enthusiasm. And as a first case, I want to talk to you about tempering your enthusiasm because, of course, there is a lot of enthusiasm back here. Oh, wait a minute, I'm in the wrong one. There is a lot of enthusiasm over here. There's a lot of enthusiasm. I remember this clearly. Going on vacation. Bro, he missed it. Yeah, we came back from vacation, though. We got it again. And we got it again. And we got it again. So, it didn't do this, did it? So we're here again, aren't we? One more time, right? Fairly easy to look and see. Not too hard, right? So we're range bound. What is this called again? Say it with me. Matter of fact, I'm going to ask all of you. Like the great Bart Simpson meme on the chalkboard. The summer trade. This is the summer trade. Do you see it? The summer trade. I want you to embed this in your mind. It's called the summer trade. And we're getting an extension on the summer trade, aren't we? Market has literally gone nowhere. Now, this is one of the best months of the year, right? Closing out the year. I talked about this in last night's market brief stream. Right? There it is. There's a summer trade. Sideways and up. And there's an extension. And you could see yesterday that the bears were trying to do an unclench. And I give it to the bears. You guys know I got bearish in here, right? We got bearish and I'm like, hell yeah, we're going to, take that chance and see if the bears can do it. And they weren't able to. I'm with the bears on that. Fuck yeah, let's do it. Down, 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 baby. But Vixpiration didn't provide that. Unclench. Did it? It stayed on trend. So if that's the case, who the fuck was buying down here? Who was doing the selling and who was doing the buying? Big questions. More than likely, dealers doing the selling and the street doing the buying down here. So that's telling you that they're not fucking done. And if you look at the historical examples of this month, it's like top 3 in the year. Top 3 or 4, somewhere in there. It's one of the best printing months on the year. And if we're way down here, we haven't printed near where it needs to be. And we've got OPEX and month end coming in right now. Like, what is the return on the end of the month? On average, on S&P, it's 1.71% on average since 2023, not including 2024, which was huge. And that's average. Average doesn't mean shit. Doesn't tell you if you're in a bear market, a bull market, late season, early season of a bull run or a bear run. Doesn't tell you any information. And so you get like one bad summer, and that really kills your averages, right? So if we're in the summer trade, the trade is done. You know, the oh my gods were wrong. The oh my gods wrong again. The oh my gods wrong again. You don't want to get stuck in that, do you? Well, no. Summer trade. So, what do you need then? You need a breakout. You need a fucking breakout. You need a breakout above 630. Slam 632. Have some Momo on your side and take that trade, right? You can't fuck with this. This is where FOMO lives. FOMO lives. FOMO lives. FOMO lives. It's where they live. It's where every junkie lives. I don't live with junkies. That's how they get murdered, right? They get bye-bye, burn, 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 right? They get smoked. They're good for a day. They miss the move. You can make a video. You can tell them. They don't care. They join right here. And they might be right finally at some point. And they have a lot of reasons to say we're going to break out. You got reasons. Failure on you got a failure on a major trend unclench on Vixpiration. You have a tech earning. You have everybody rolling calls higher. You've got OPEX. You've got end of month coming. So even though they might be right, you want to be thinking about the mechanics. You know, there might be a guy today that's going to tell you, you were wrong, bro. I was long here and I made all that money. Well, fuck that guy. You're going to get another chance to buy the breakout every fucking time. You can jump on that party afterwards. Every single time you can jump on that party afterwards. So let's look at a few things here. This is SPY, or SPX, excuse me. And I want you to see just this stuff up here. There's 6,500. There's 6,400. There's 6,300. Let's look at what happens in prior examples on some of these major zeros. Let's take a look. We got 6,200 right here, right? Here's 6,200, right? Boom. What's significant about this? You pop your head over, right? But look, there's a pullback. You get an island built, and you can start to get long again for a squeeze. You see it? You see how that works? Right? Let's look at another example of this. Here's 6,100. So you break above it. You see the quick pop above? That looks like us, doesn't it? Pop up. And then we get this island. Oh, interesting. There's another example of an island. Okay, let's look at another one, 6,000. Hey, here's one right here. First time we break out of 6,000. What do? Let's pop our heads up, squeeze down, right? Form an island, and we're off and running. Now, you don't have to get caught in this, do you? You don't want to get caught in that, right? So you're looking for what? What are you looking for? Here is top. Here's an hour. Hey, what do? We pop our head up and we look to make some kind of an island and a new high, right? And you can jump on board and run this bad boy up. Now you do need people to be rolling their calls higher. They need to be rolling their shit, closing out their 6,300s and rolling to 6,400 and 6,500, right? Up here. And level by level, right? And even if you get a pop up here, let's say you pop up here, right? You're still kind of like down here. This is where the island forms to make your way higher. Now let's look at some prior examples. Instant sell. Try to build an island, no new high. Look at, tip your head up. No new high to get long. Didn't happen. Sell. Same thing over here, right? Another fake out, right? New high. No new high, right? Pop your head up. Actually didn't even hit 6,300. Sold early. Sold early. First time up, sold. A lot of selling. A lot of sellers being worn out. But now we're getting the new high. Check it out. It's right there. Nice new high. Oh, hold on. Nice new high. They bought the dip. There's a green box. This is on an hourly basis. Right there. We're now above. We could probably make some inferences from this. 62.9576 is the base, right? And your stop should be underneath this for a run higher. Make sense? Now let's take a look at something else here. We're going to look at gamma really quick. And look at what's happening here. This is 6,300, and a bunch of this is expiring. And the other day, early last week into Wednesday, Thursday, these two strikes were higher than this one. And then Thursday, Friday, they started hedging. These two were way lower, and this was the prominent strike. But now look what's happening. These strikes are being rolled higher. These are climbing their way back, and this is expiring. And you could wake up next week with, this lower. This is lower, and that's higher, and that's higher. So there is a possible doorway here. It's not here yet, but there's a possible doorway. And we can look for what are the hallmarks of a doorway, right? Let's take a peek here and check SPX volume in total. Hey, look at that. 6,300. They're adding 6,350. They're adding 64s and 65s. And they're also adding some puts here. Look at that. Lots of hedging coming on now too, right? I'm going to buy some 6,300s and buy some 6,300s here and find out where we go, because the market doesn't know where to go from here. There's no hey, we're doing this for this reason or that for that reason. And we're coming into, historically, what? Beartown, right? We're almost there, theoretically. Now, I want you to watch this one here closely. We're going to move over to the main or the trigger screen. And all we're going to look at here is just an hourly basis. That's it. Just an hourly basis. Let's take a look. And look at that. We got this big old hour right here. That's it. Just big old hour. Big old hour right here. So 627.97, you see it right here? This is your jump point. Right where that green line is right there. Let's look at a 4-hour basis. That candle is big. Woo. Where's the pullback to? 626 right here. Could even be a little bit higher. I think it's 620. I think it's it's 625. It's moved around a little bit. About 625, 626. There's one lower at 622. Yeah, right in. There's two of them. There's one right there. And you see this pullback right here? 626, 625, 622 is down even lower. Go look at this right here. So what do we need to know here? The 626, have that right? 627.51. Go back and look here together. So now we're going to get rid of this. We're going to get rid of this. And we're going to get rid of this. And we're going to put this, just check this really quick. Make sure I got this right here. Oh. This is 2:35 in the afternoon. Yep, that's right there. 2:35 right here. Right back. Just make sure I got this right. 231. About here. This is the jump point for a breakout right here. We're above it. That's where it is. This is our poop island. Matter of fact, you can probably go. Yeah, oh, I got this on the wrong screen. Hold on here. If this is our poop island right here, this is the push up right here, right? There's the start of your poop island. There's the rest of your poop island. You'd probably say it's maybe even a little bit lower. Right here, this is the instigation. This is the hand that brought it up right here. You can see it. It's like right about there. About there. You could also make a summation that it's right here too. This is New Poop Island. You got Zapoop, a little bit down here. Higher high, lower low, lower high, lower high. Where are your buyers at? They're right here. They're right here. They're right here. And they're right here. Right in there. That's where they all are, right in here. Check that out. Poop Island. Target right here. Still hasn't been hit. This is your whole basis now from 6,300. This is it. Stops underneath. That over. Two, 4, 3. Where did I say that was going? Where the fuck is the thing? Keep that on board there. Tight air, just want to make sure I got this right. So we're at 628 on SPY. We need to go to 630. So if we're up here being pushed up, right? There's 630. This is where supply is. Just write that in for you. Make that neutral. We know that just underneath it, 628.50, right about here. It's yellow. We'll make this, we'll get rid of this. We'll get rid of this target here. Let's get rid of this for now. Make this trend. Supply. Sell early, and then this is the big boy right here, 632. Right about there, a little bit higher, well, a little bit lower than that probably. Right there. Well, that works. That'll be fine. That works. And why does this matter? And forget triggers, forget gamma, forget all that stuff. Why does this matter? Why does, I always talk about this. Why does this matter? You got supply. You got continuation later. And you got sell early. Oh, we'll change this to, wait a minute, to fuck off. New low. Get rid of that. It's fairly easy to see now, right? You just think in terms of this. Just think in terms of this. This is the island. Right? Here's the island. All right? We're either going to fuck off now, right? Or we're going to break above trend into supply and hold. Or get fucked off, right? Too much supply, we're out of here. Or you break up into supply and hold on and you smash up here. Usually through an event. And this would tell you that we're going to what? Start breaking up and out and away. To trade what? 6,400. We ain't going to trade it right now, but this is all important information, isn't it? That's important information. This is important information, and that is critical information, right? So right before 6,300, right out at 6,300 or 6,630 on SPY. But like SPX a little bit different. 6280. 6300, 6325, I think. If I got that right, I don't know, maybe, but like this whole all of this information here is critical information for you to think or infer what's going to happen next week, next month, and so on and so forth. Why? Because the market is filled with inflection points up and down, and we come back to places of importance again and again and again. We come back to major inflection points again and again and again and again and again. They mean something. And if we break up but away from them, it's telling you, hey, that wall is going away. We're able to move up to the next one. If that wall stays there and we can't break up and over it, it's going to tell you, fuck off. And if it does, where do we trade? Back down to the next major inflection point. You can see it just in what I showed you here, right? Fuck off. Okay, back down to the major inflection point. Now, why don't you fuck off? Okay, we're going to go higher and break up. Nope, fuck off. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. So these things are important, aren't they? They're pretty important. And not only that, you start to take time into consideration. This is July 1st. This is the monthly buy. Where do we go? Just below it. Original buy, second buy over here. We went all the way down there, and guess who is still there? Fucking buyers. Still there. Still believing. Believe. So we're going to find out what do they think up here. Now, personally, for me, I prefer to watch for the breakout above. Here's 632. I prefer to watch for the breakout and then build out this poop island and then start trading that 6,400. This is where you get killed, where all FOMO goes to die. This is where the bears go to die. You can trade all this beautiful middle here and here and here and here all you want, and it's great. You know, if you get above 6,300 and you got 6,400 up here, wouldn't you just love to trade this? Wouldn't you just love that? Up, down, amazing. You know, in here, they get annihilated. They get annihilated in here. They get annihilated in here. And meanwhile, you get all of these, you know, degenerates. I love them. I get called a degenerate. I love them, but, you know, they're constantly calling for crash and top or moon, right? Vertical. You'd rather get in on the vertical once we start trading it, like here to here. You'd rather get in on that, there to there. You'd rather get in, you know, here and here. 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 Maybe not, it's not on a day schedule, but you get what I'm saying, right? There's money in these hills here. Inside of the hill, there's money. There's no money at the top of the hill. There's no money at the bottom of the hill. There's risk here and here. Here is risk. Here is risk. I'm too afraid, Cap, it's going to crash. Oh my God, Cap, I'm so bullish. Oh my God, Cap, it's going to crash. Oh my God, Cap, it's going to break out. Oh my God, Cap, it's going to crash. They never live in here. And that's where the money is. This is where the suckers are here and the suckers are up here. That's where they are. That's where they always are. So, what do I think is going to happen here is probably the big question. Well, if the way's not down for Vixpiration, I think the edge is to the breakout. I do. I think the edge here into this close is to the breakout. So if you wanted to take this trade, I would say, yeah, give them the breakout into the bell, right? Oh, can I do that? In the breakout into the bell, right? You come up here, you can't do it in cash market, right? And then we come back down into Poop Island again over here. That's what I think happens. How do you trade that? Only with money you can lose. That would be like 1% of your account. You will be afforded another opportunity to get in here and trade this new zone up here. You're going to be afforded an opportunity. If we start breaking up and away from 630, you're going to have chances. I just showed you some. You know, oh, you got left behind, bro. Fuck you, I did. Fucking trade that shit up and down how many times? Okay, so stay away from the FOMO people. Stay away from the gamblers, the degenerates, and the crazies. And you can trade a little bit of this if you want. But you want to go full account? You get a bad report. And where are we again come tomorrow? Right fucking back in here again. You get a good report. And we're looking for a dip to buy. And the dip keeps on dipping. And you're still alive down here. You know, we break above here and we start to make a new high. We can start talking about going long. So, more important for you is, do we get 632.50? And if we do, I don't know what that was, but you get the point. If we do get that 632.50, oh my God, we're building a. You can start getting long again. It's a whole nother chance for you to get long, to fuck around with 6,400. So don't feel like you have to be in this trade right now into this unknown event. Nobody knows what's going to happen today if we're going to blast down. Nobody fucking knows. They'll tell you they know. They don't. They're furus. The money is in this trade. Are we there yet? Are we there yet? No. There's no money here. And once we're up here, what do you think it does? You think it just goes like this? Oh, they left them behind. Fuck those kids. Oh my God, we're at 650. That's not how it goes. That's not how a SPY works. Look at those suckers back there, man. They weren't long on that fucking volatility over here. They left, 2,000 points in the board. No, it's not how it happens. So this is danger. This is risk. And I fucking hate risk. I already got to take enough risk on as it happens. So what can we do here? We can synthetically trade Netflix, bull or bear. We can go right, it's 3:51. We can go right into 4 p.m. and you can take a straddle. OTM calls for tomorrow's zero dates. OTM puts. We start rocking shipping down. We start rocking shipping up. I bet you one side will print for you. You could even put more time on it. Put like a month or two on it. If it prints here, boom, made a bunch of money. Your puts won't even be taking that much of a beating. It's going to come right back down again. Close the puts, right? Month out, 2 month out straddle, right? You could do a straddle with a call spread and a put spread. Close the call spread up here for money. Close the put spread at even. Hey, I took the I won no matter what. Oh my God, SPY crashed on Netflix earnings. Close my put spreads for money. Wait for the market to rise back up again. Close the call spreads even. So a straddle's kind of nice, isn't it? You can straddle it with time, spreads. You don't even have to be right. You don't give a fuck where it goes. Does that make sense? Or you can just do zero dates. You can do zero dates for tomorrow. You can do spreads. You can do farther out in time calls puts. Or you can sit on your hands and do jack diddly. You don't have to do a fucking thing. You come into this Netflix ER, and it's bird time. It's going to go up. You're going to get a chance to get back in again. The fucking market does not just go up and down. You're going to be able to get back in again. Sure, you miss all the cheering and jeering. I won so much money. And if it fails, and the other side says, nah, bro, it was all in puts, and you're just sitting on your hands, you're like, well, fuck off. Going to get long again right here. I'm going to get long right here. Here and here. The only thing that's terrible in this whole situation is you're gambling up and it goes down and you're angry. So you disappear. Where'd Bob go? Right? And then like Dave stops in and he's like, oh, bro, I was so right, bro. I had a puts, man. I'm the smartest guy here. I had my thinking cap on. Look at me. I'm smart. You know, if this guy was right, yeah, baby. Not angry anymore. Look at how smart I am. Look at my thinking cap. This guy over here gets angry and disappears. He's like, oh, God, I'm going to leave. I'll be back next week. But meanwhile, all you see is one person happy. You don't know who that person is right now. I know you don't. And that person that's happy is always there, regardless of outcome. Up or down, there's always a guy standing there going, hey, bro, I made the right choice. Haha, sucker, you didn't. So, for you, not most of you, but a lot of you, I want you to think about two things here. Are you straddling this where you win no matter what? If it goes up, you win, right? Comes back down, you close the other side. If it goes down, you win, comes back up, you close the other side. You don't have to tell everybody, just say, hey, man, I won. I won on put spreads. Right? You come back week 2 or 3 days, 4 days, a day later. You close the put side, or you close the other side that was a loser. You're flat on that side, but you won, right? Or you're just like, hey, man, I'm hands off. I'm going to buy the bounce. If it rolls, I'm going to buy the bounce down here. That's me, bro. I'm this. Or I did the straddle. You just don't want to be the guy blowing up your account for this. Don't ever blow up your account. If you're the guy that can blow up your account in this bullshit, I have a fucking thing to tell you again. There's lots of dragons to slay in here. Excuse me. There's a hell of a lot of dragons to slay in here. And there's a hell of a lot of dragons to be slaying down in here still. You can slay dragons all day long down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Shit tons of dragons. So we're coming into this close right now. If you wanted to be a fucking degenerate gambler, I would say on this bell, you wait until you get this nice little low right here. Look for, if I was a degenerate gambler, I would wait for blood. And I would scoop up some like 0 dates to 415. And then not worry about what the report is. Because you know that they're going to come back down by tomorrow, in ES at least, or in spot. Or I'd even wait for the report. I would not open them, but have open puts and calls on 2 different screeners. Then wait for the report and slam the buy button, market order. Another note about this close would be you can synthetically trade these futures very well versus owning or trading the actual underlying. Oftentimes the underlying will do what? Great report, suck it, and then print later. But like in this window, this arbitrage window, you can make some money and not be tied into that stock. You know, got a bunch of different options in here and what you can do. Whole bunch of different options. What I wouldn't be doing is just hanging out naked. If you do decide to trade 0 dates after the bell, whatever direction you pick, hold it to 0 and have a upside or downside stop instead. Cost me 50 cents. I want $1. You preset that stop to get out. On the win side, if it goes to 0, you dust yourself off and say it was a lotto. I went to the grocery store and bought a lottery ticket. I went and got pull tabs at the VFW. That's all it is. Now, if you want what I think's going to happen, I think we go up. And I think those fuckers are wrong. I think this one time, I think the odds are against them right now. Nothing's 100%. You get 4 in a row right, you're bound to get 1 wrong. So I think the way is higher after the bell. That's me. But don't fucking blame me if I tell you that and I'm wrong. Please don't. Don't be like, Captain Jim James is wrong. I'm not your furu. Never will be. You got to take your own risk and decide what you're going to do. All trading is about that. Let's take a peek at this week close. Let's see if we can win some lottos. John L's out there going, tell them. They don't listen. Here's the blood. I told you to wait until after the bell for it. I'm going to also bring up I'm going to bring up 2 charts right now for you, okay? I'm going to play nice right now. Here's hot stocks. It's 4 o'clock.
Billion for overall net capital flows. US tick long-term transactions 259.4 billion, 259.4 billion. Prior revised for overall net flows to minus 14.6 billion, from the original prior minus 14.2 billion. And US tick long-term transactions prior revised to minus 8.2 billion.
What's going on my screen here? My screen's not working.
A minute to go to the earnings from Netflix to come through now.
Here's SPY.
For the data here, Japan's US Treasury holdings are $1.135 trillion in May versus $1.135 trillion in April. UK's US Treasury holdings had $809 billion in May versus $808 billion in April. China's US Treasury securities earnings coming through now from Netflix with a revenue of $11.53 billion, a beat on the estimate of $11.28 billion. EPS $7.19.
Yeehaw, Daddy!
$7.19.
Trading $1,308 or $1,310.
Also seeing so Netflix sees 2025 revenue from ads doubling. They see Netflix second quarter free cash flow $2.27 billion, beating the estimate of $2.17 billion. Also, Netflix sees operating income of $3.63 billion, beaten on the estimate of $3.47 billion. Netflix sees fiscal year revenue $44.8 billion to $45.2 billion. They saw $43.5 billion to $43.5 billion to $44.5 billion. They see third quarter operating income of $3.63 billion, a beat on the estimate of $3.47 billion. They boosted fiscal year rev mostly due to US dollar depreciation. Also, Netflix says they see third quarter EPS of $6.87 compared to the beat on the estimate of $6.70.
Scroll down. Give me a little bit of time here. $16.01.
Let's go back to the headlines then for the China's US Treasury security holdings at $756 billion in May versus $757 billion in April.
What did I pay? Yeah, there's my this is my shit island, right? Oh, they're angry right now on Netflix. Hey, look at that. I'm winning. Ish.
Hello, everybody. This is Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it's really me. And I'm going to do a little advert for Financial Juice. You're behind the markets. If you're a real day trader, go real time at financialjuice.com/purchase and save 67% on a subscription. Can you believe it? Instead of a 67% tariff, you get a discount. It's huge. Very, very big. Very big. As big as my hands. Huge. Well, not as big as my hands. My hands are bigger. What are you waiting for? Come on. Do it.
Gonna check out my trade here. Oh, sweet. I'm green. You're gonna wake up tomorrow with Netflix fucking mooning. Think tighter, guys. Netflix EPS 7.19, estimate 7.08, revs 11.08, estimate 11.06, two beats. C's Q3 EPS 6.87, estimate was 6.70, so a higher guide. C's third quarter revs 11.53, the estimate was only 11.28, so slightly higher estimate for Q3. C's fiscal year revenues 44.88 to 45.28. The estimate was lower at 43.5 billion to 44.4 billion. C's third quarter operating income 3.3 or 3.63 billion. The estimate was 3.47 billion. Satisfying operating margin 29.5%. They saw 29%. The estimate was 29.7. Boosted fiscal year rev mostly due to U.S. dollar depreciation. Sees fiscal year FCF 8 billion to 8.5 billion. Saw about 8.8 billion. The estimate was 8.91 billion. Still sees 2025 revenue from ads doubling. Whew. Doubling. No movement right now on Netflix. Delayed reaction. I'm going to assume here that the entire market was short on Netflix ER, and they are fucking pissed right now. Absolutely angry. $4:13, 2 minutes left to catch a print before this bell ends. I am long here if you want to know, if you're watching the show. I did buy a dip down here, and I'm looking for a print if I can catch it before 4:15. If I can't, I'll hold it until tomorrow's open. I expect Netflix to fucking ramp overnight. Dun, 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 dun. Give me those green candles. Get me a print into today. If you can't give me the print today, I'll take the print on the opening bell. Print me 632. Get me up above 630. If you can't do it in cash market, I'm gonna have you do it after the bell. Doot 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 doot. Doot 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 doot. Doot 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 doot. It has gone to the moon. It's pretty nice when you... Dude, what are they doing to me right now? What's that red candle all about? You fucking red candle in my ass here. You may have forced me to stay in till tomorrow for a print? Fuck is that? I want a big ass green candle on the close right now. I want a big green candle right here. Big, like, I want a small candle right here, another small candle right here, and a bigger candle like right here. Now I want to buy more. Oh, I'm too late. Can't buy anymore. All right. Well, I guess I'm here. No movement on SPY. Very unusual. Very weird. I wasn't expecting that no movement. I guess that's because everybody's raging. I'm going to assume people are pissed that this is up. I am long right now. I've got a bunch of zero dates for tomorrow. I own, what do I own? Hold on. I own 631C. Not 632 because I don't think they're going to print those tomorrow morning or tomorrow at any point tomorrow. But I'm looking for that 630 print tomorrow. So I guess that's it for today. Damn it. No movement. I didn't get a jack shit out of that. Goddamn fucking Theta Gang again burns me. But I'm still long. I haven't sold them. Still here. We'll see if I get to catch a print tomorrow morning. That's kind of like a boo-hoo, huh? We get that big, beautiful day. But look, we're getting green candles right now. After 4:15. There goes a couple green candles right there. So we'll see what I catch tomorrow morning. I got 6:31 on for tomorrow. And we'll see if I catch a print in the morning or not. Hopefully I go to sleep tonight and wake up happy. It looks like they're not happy about Netflix at all right now. Unhappy with Netflix. They wanted to see that big downside move. Let me see if I can peek at this. Yeah, they were looking for a move down at Netflix to... Oh, look at this too. Hold on, let me show you something. Check this out. Look at that. Look at that fucking candle right there. They did print it. Right there. They did fucking print it. These bastards. And let's see what they caught on the downside.
US's Ward says that I expect a good recessions.
Let's see. 3.5% to the downside.
Currently speaking on Fox Business.
They never got the 6% downside. They didn't catch it. No 6% downside. But they did catch this one up here. The high tick was 1309. They caught the 6% uptick. We'll see if this runs tomorrow. I'm kind of scared now that they caught that print, and they don't want to print the upside action on cash market. They better. I want to see this. I want to see this fucking print in tomorrow's cash market. I don't want to see this like this is Tuesday. I was like, oh, I'll give them until Friday to take on that 1300. We'll see. This looks like they printed it and they're walking like they're bouncing. God damn fucking shorts. Look at that shit. We caught the print, but they didn't hold it up here. It's an auto sell, 1309. All right, I'll see you all tomorrow. I'm still long here. I'm not getting out, so we'll see what the fuck they do.